Defamation. He's going to be talking to us about the developing censorship using this narrative of fake news and propaganda that is happening in Europe. It's not just here in America. And of course, 1 week after the European Parliament passed a bill saying we're going to push back and come after Russia because of their propaganda, we have seen the same thing get pushed through the U.S. Congress on the House side. It still hasn't gone through the Senate. And as the Washington Post reports, it sounds just like it was a story written in Europe. Effort to combat foreign propaganda advances in Congress. We're going to talk about how dangerous that is. This is a guy who's been a journalist for 61 years in Europe. And he's been president and vice president of the 3 major organizations there. Currently president of the International Federation of Journalists. He's going to be talking to us in the next hour about this very dangerous situation as there's a globalist push against freedom of the press. Now, real quickly, as we're talking about freedom of the press, and we've talked about the Breitbart blasting that is being done by an anonymous Twitter user who's trying to create these blacklists, and he got Kellogg to sign on to it. Kellogg, who gave $1 million to Black Lives Matter, but they're still pushing this and trying to get other companies to do this. We support our operation here with the products that we sell. And as I said yesterday, we try to offer you healthy things. Things that will help you to recover. Even if you eat Kellogg's cereal, you can recover with some of these nutrients and supplements. And I'm going to be talking also to somebody in the next hour with a statewide organization here in Texas, talking about the pressure that is being put on chiropractors, naturopaths, and even people selling natural supplements here in Texas, going even beyond what the FDA does. So we have to fight for our freedom in multiple ways. One of the ways that we do that here at InfoWars is try to offer you the best products. A good example of this, I think, is DNA Force that you'll find at InfoWarsLife.com. DNA Force is a unique supplement. It has BioPQQ. It's a compound backed by 175 clinical studies, very hard to secure, very expensive to acquire and to produce. But that's not all that's in it, okay? That's just one of 9 powerful ingredients. It's got other things like CoQ10, digestive enzymes, trans resveratrol, and many other things. But just one of these ingredients, BioPQQ, costs $30,000 per batch. This is something that if you read these studies, take a look at the information we have there at InfoWarsLife.com, take a look at the reviews, but especially the clinical studies. We back this stuff up. You can understand how important this can be for your nutritional health. And it is vitally important to keep us free and independent from corporate sponsors as we fight this move against freedom of the press. So thank you for supporting us. In the time I've got left in this hour, I want to talk real quickly about this carrier deal and what this shows us. Now, we see as the details emerged, we saw that, yes, there was some money given to Carrier, $7 million by the state of Indiana, not by the federal government, not by the U.S. taxpayers. President Trump is not president yet. He's president-elect right now. So if you look at that, though, that's over a 10-year period. For 1,000 workers, that works out to $700 a worker. That's going to be less than they're going to pay in taxes, not to mention the effect that it has throughout their community. But the interesting thing I think is when Donald Trump talked about this deal last night, he mocked politicians who offer low interest loans and it's over a 10-year period. For 1,000 workers, that works out to $700 a worker. That's going to be less than they're going to pay in taxes, not to mention the effect it has throughout their community. But the interesting thing I think is when Donald Trump talked about this deal last night, he mocked politicians who offer low interest loans and tax abatements to keep factories in the United States. He said these companies don't even need the money, most of them. And he said they take the money. There were a couple of instances where geniuses with great lawyers gave them money and then they moved away. You know what? One of those instances was Carrier itself. Obama gave them green subsidies and they were going to close their factory because they didn't care about blue-collar jobs, only their green idols. Stay with us. We'll talk more about this on the other side of the break. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. We're going to be talking to Philippe LaRouth, the current president of the International Federation of Journalists. He has 61 years experience as a European journalist, and he's going to be joining us to talk about this massive move against freedom of the press, labeling anybody that opposes the globalist agenda, calling them propagandists for Russia. Same thing is happening in Europe that is happening here. So we need to be aware that this is a global response to a global movement pushing back against globalism. This is what Trump is about. It's what Brexit was about, and we've got elections coming up this weekend. He's going to be joining us in the next segment. Real quickly, I want to go back to what I was talking about this carrier deal. I think it's very telling. Now, this Washington Post story that I was just talking about, and I misquoted, and I said, I read the quote from Donald Trump. It was not what he said last night. It's what he said in Pennsylvania back in October, talking about companies that don't need the money, most of them. He said they take the money, they got great lawyers, but they move anyway. You're not keeping jobs in this country. And so I don't think he took that approach. And I'm going to kind of read between the lines here. Like I said, he's not president yet. I don't think he has the power to do that, even if that's what he wants to do. And I hope he doesn't want to do it. But here's some hopeful quotes from him and some analysis even from the Washington Post. I don't think he's going to attack it that way. I say Trump threatens consequences for U.S. firms that relocate offshore. Now, they point out the president said more companies will decide to stay in the United States because his administration will lower corporate taxes and reduce regulation. See, that's something that they're doing across the board for everyone. So that means if you want to start a business, you get to have the same level playing field that all these other people are. I don't like to see presidents who are picking the winners and losers like Obama has tried to do so much, because a loser like Obama is going to pick losers like he did with Solyndra. But even though you got Donald Trump, who would do a better job of picking which companies are going to, going to back to say here, that's not the job of president. The job of president is to get the chains off of us. I'm going to show you how Obama, in his last few days as president, is trying to put even more chains on us. But that looks like that is what Trump is going for. And as one of the people that they talked to at the Carrier place said, we knew that Trump was on it, said the woman. She said, he's not even in office yet, and he's saving jobs. Now they say, of course, this is Washington Post. In fact, by Trump's own telling on Thursday, he has no plans to intervene in the Carrier case until he watched an evening news segment featuring a worker who expressed confidence that the president-elect would save the Indianapolis plant. Now, he did have intentions to do that. He had announced that. He was mocked by President Obama, saying, what, do you got a magic wand or whatever? I don't think he had any plans to intervene until he became president, perhaps. But when he saw that, I think it moved him on a personal level. I've seen a lot of reports, and I don't know Donald Trump personally. I've seen a lot of reports surface after all these negative things they put out about Donald Trump, about all the charitable things that he did to help people. I think the guy really does have a heart. Look at the people who worked for him. Look at his butler, who worked for him for decades, and how loyal that guy is. So I think he really was moved by the plight of these people. And I think as he's watching this, I think he got onto it and tweeted out on Thanksgiving, hey, I'm working even on Thanksgiving to keep this here. Now let's take a look in contrast to the way that Obama did this. At this same plant, the same carrier plant, Obama gave them federal money from all of you who are listening, all you Americans who are listening, we have a global audience, but the Americans who are listening, $5.1 million in 2013 was given to the same company, to Carrier, to United Technologies. What was the purpose? The purpose was to create and maintain green jobs. See, they didn't necessarily keep these jobs in the U.S. And this is part of a $2.3 billion advanced manufacturing tax credit program known as the 48C program. It gives a 30% tax credit. So the problem is, Obama's focus was on promoting a globalist climate agenda, not on keeping American jobs, okay? He wanted to sacrifice this money, and he did, to his green idols. But at the same time, as he's ready to leave office, he's going to put a new EPA rule on us that will cost $1 trillion, $3,000 as a one-time fee, or if you want to look at it the other way, $500 per person per year for 10 years. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, your host. Joining us in this segment is Philippe Larouth. He is a journalist, 61 years experience. He is currently the president of the International Federation of Journalists. Before that, for 9 years, he was vice president of the European Federation of Journalists from 2004 to 2013. And for 10 years, he was president of the Belgian Association of Professional Journalists from 1995 to 2005. The reason
1,000 books have been written about the purpose-driven life, or having a life that's based on believing in something, and all the statistics and studies show that that truly is the most engaged, happy, fulfilled person. And that folks that actually care about something are the people that build civilizations. Basics you stand for, not about your idea being better than other people's, and then other folks gravitate towards that higher level of civilization society. The modern a 1,000 books have been written about the purpose-driven life, or having a life that's based on believing in something, and all the statistics and studies show that that truly is the most engaged, happy, fulfilled person. Folks that actually care about something are the people that build civilizations. There have been a lot of different cultures, a lot of different worldviews throughout history. But any civilization that got above Stone Age implements and was able to build any type of basic society was not completely based on the conquest model of just being able to take over your neighbors. But as we enter the modern technotronic era that Brzezinski talks about, it's all about being able to dominate and control again. Not about what you build, not about what you write, not about what you stand for, not about your idea being better than other people's, and then other folks gravitate towards that higher level of civilization society through the modern psychological systems that have been deployed through television the last 60, 70 years. Society's been set up to be weak, to be passive, to be pathetic, so that it can be incrementally and completely, basically overridden. Again, the technocrats admit they're not building a docile, dumbed-down population so that they can basically just move forward and have a pliant group that submits to them. They want a pliant group so that as the breakaway civilization becomes more and more evident, the public is so poisoned, so distracted, so brain damaged, so twisted, so unconscious that they can't put up a fight against that takeover. I am sitting here right now in a crowded airport in the huge feeding frenzy food court sector, and I'm looking at people and I see incredibly soft, incredibly distracted, incredibly insecure, incredibly unconscious folks. And almost to a man when I see somebody who has electricity in their eyes. I don't care if they're Hispanic, black, white, Asian, doesn't matter. I can walk over and talk to them, and they're a listener or they're aware of what's going on. But talk to other people, they seem to be oblivion. I even care about them or don't want to talk to them. And there are a lot of factors that feed into this, but I want to be clear. I don't take any pleasure looking at how stunted and overweight and weak and bleary-eyed the population is. I realize that I'm weak and bleary-eyed and stunted to a great extent. But I'm not one of these men that gets around men that are stronger than I am or smarter than I am and feels insecure and wants to pull them down. That's something the globalists have instilled from on top into the general population so we can never work together. And I don't just go off how people look. Sometimes someone who physically is not attractive can have beautiful art, beautiful soul, beautiful literature, beautiful will of action. But by and large, the packaging does fit what's inside the book. A lot of times what you see on the cover is what's actually in the book. And it is very, very frustrating and sad to see that we all fall to this level. And it's not just the globalists that did it. We are products of the fact that we took control of our own environment. Humans are the only creature that can really do that on this planet. We take control of our environment, we build our own system, and we build it to make it easier for us to live and procreate and be successful. The problem is that, just as I've said many times, it's like a space mission. Take our best astronauts, you send them to Mars, it takes them a year to get there or more. By the time they get there, because of no gravity, even if they try to exercise, their heart muscles deteriorated 10 years on average. They will hardly be able to even walk. And it's the same thing with the television culture, the high-tech culture, the smartphone culture. It's a lot of attributes, but more minuses than pluses. And it's turning us into domesticated animals. So we're being enslaved by our own devices. And it's kind of like the Romans for a while lined their pottery with lead. They didn't know lead was poisonous, so there was the madness of the Romans and the mental illness and the deformity and the inbreeding. So human DNA also has been through a lot of torture, especially in the modern GMO, chemical industrialized age. It has had devastating effects on people. And so I don't point this out to put people down. I point this out to say that we should lift ourselves up and become aware of it and build a civilization that is based on creating a better system and empowering individuals and not just acting like the elite do and just shutting off humanity as if it's being consigned to the ash bin, the rush bin of history. But there are arguments the globalists have for how the public has been dumbed down. There are arguments to say, why do they even deserve to live, or why not just go ahead and take them out of their misery? The problem is the globalists can't make that decision for other people, and the globalists themselves are inbred and more mentally ill and more stunted in many cases than the general public, even though they have some genetic innate intelligence. Is still very, very fear-based, very, very craven, very, very sneaky. And if they try to lift up the general public, they would have lifted themselves up. Instead, they sell the fact they're trying to lift everybody up and take a modern version of Kipling's white man's burden, and they are dumbing everyone down to a greater extent. I don't care what color you are. We are seeing the fall of the West. We're seeing a fall of the birth rates. We are seeing a fall of physical IQs, and we are seeing every white paper and every maxim and every globalist program that has been established is there to not make people individuals, to not make people be trailblazers, to not make people be overachievers, but to make people be absolutely servile and colorless and tasteless. I saw a big article on Infowars.com a few days ago where a professor was saying we can't wait for the day that everyone looks the same. This is going to be so wonderful. It's like 1984, it's wearing gray jumpsuits. But this is really the dream of the authoritarian, because until they've captured humanity itself, they'll never feel like they've been empowered. But as far as we've fallen, still remember the fact that we can unite, stand up for what's right, create art, love each other and be passionate and stay true to our basic human instincts and basic human programming that God gave us, we will go through this crisis that's coming and transcend it. But it's true when the globalists say the Earth has reached its carrying capacity with the technologies they're allowed to be deployed. And it's true that much of the public isn't even really alive, it doesn't even want to be alive, and are just consumers that just mindlessly interface with the mainstream culture and who are in a death spiral. But again, the globalists help set up a system to do that. You look at what people look like. I don't care if they're black, but if they're white, if they're Hispanic, Asian. You look at what people look like in the 40s and 50s in photos and in films. They had electricity in their eyes. They were good looking. They were handsome on average. They were well dressed, even though they were poor. They were self-respecting. They were focused. And it is television. It is the modern spectator culture of people in a trance state that has turned us into these ugly things. I mean, physically and culturally and spiritually. And economically, we're in total debt. Metric shows disease is off the chart, both degenerative and communicable. Evil has been set loose in the world. Then you catch Obama with the border open, shipping in people with leprosy and TB and every other disease you could imagine, spreading all over the country, not even testing them, even though they know they have it. They've caught them inside the country. And just ordering the border to let people in, not taking care of those that are brought in. This is pure wickedness. This is an evil design, a hatred of the general public. Globalists look at an airport like this and they see these zombies, they see these unconscious people, they see marks. But they've already taken over the economic system 100 times through fraud, so they don't need them anymore. They've taken it all over. They've created derivatives 5 times the wealth of the world. So they see all these people as just weevils in their storage room, in their pantry, weevils that are basically eating their stores, their property, what they have. They've hijacked the earth. They've conquered the earth. As conquerors, they believe they're the rightful kings and heirs of everything. Tell you what, folks, if you don't stand up and get involved, you then are ceding control to them. You're advocating it, and it does make them the rightful rulers. But here's the deal. They've got a plan that even if the public wants to go along with it or is unaware of it, that takes the free will of so many hundreds of millions of other people that don't deserve to be slaves and who don't want to be slaves. And InfoWars is about the awakening to this and the understanding of it and coming back into consciousness and coming back into learning how the world works and not just being a self-centered blob that watches TV all day and thinks caring is weak. Caring is strong. It opens your soul. It opens your mind. It opens pathways and doors of perception throughout the universe. And it's done such things in my life. It's amazing. I've met people and know people, get to work with people that are, the top astronauts, the top leaders in the world, the top generals, the top artists, you name it. I've basically met them or talked to them, and they just reach out just to say, hey, we're on board. And I reach back and say, I'm on board. And that's what it's really all about, a kinship. And again, we're all human beings. We can all transcend this together through beauty and strength and love of God and Jesus Christ that the enemy hates so much. It should also be added that anybody can observe that the phenomenon of people just 50 years ago having on average 2,000-3,000% less cancer, depending on the country, than we have now. It's not just the photographic evidence of people being lighter weight, healthier, more engaged, even though they ate on average more calories than we do today. If you look at third world countries that haven't brought glyphosates to them yet, that haven't brought fluoridation yet, the people are happier. They're more awake. In the first generation of industrialization, they're still okay. By the second and third, it is over. So you add all the GMO, the chemicals, to the television, to the sedentary lifestyle, voila. You add all the screen time and the rest of it, and then you go read all the white papers and actuaries. They admit they're doing it to us on purpose. I made the analogy, and the media's picked it up. I'm not saying this literally. I'm just simply saying, as a lay sociologist, a lay anthropologist, psychologist, lay historian, lay overall researcher that just looks at how the world works and studies how the elite operate, this does not appear to be a human attack. If you really look at it, this is how you would really, like a spider comes up and injects venom into its prey just to paralyze it, then ties it up, and then waits for it to basically slowly die over the next few days, and for its acids to liquefy all the innards, including organs and things, so that when it exsanguinates, At mealtime, it can suck basically 90% out of the bug carcass exoskeleton that only say 20% that would have been its actual blood volume. And when I culturally, it's like we've been hit by the anesthetizer, we've been hit by the stun dart, and we're kind of flopping around now, going into coma. 100 years is like 2 seconds in a strategic war like this. And so we're kind of going into the shake phase. We're being tied up, the police state's being put in, the culture control's being put in, most of the births will be cesarean soon, breastfeeding won't be done soon, shutting down Amish, they're shutting down farmers markets, they're shutting down all the normal human activity. That's the tying us up as we go into the coma, kind of lose our consciousness, lose our soul, and then metaphysically they have a right to then go ahead and exterminate everybody because we won't be humans anyways. And I really have just come to that realization that I'm not saying it's aliens, but folks, the elite are inbred psychos who believe that they're the unbreakable species. So in all intents and purposes, it is. This is like an off-world frickin' attack. Of course, you can also just say we're a species that builds its own nest and changes its own environment. And so we've just built such a good nest for ourselves. We're killing ourselves as we cut off the normal duties that we would have had as humans previous to that. And then you get a predatory elite on top of it that is basically programmed through the television. And
you're the legend.
No, brother.
Hey, can I get a
picture? Let's get a picture. Wow.
This is awesome.
Listen, brother, I'm walking around this airport. Do these folks not look like zombies?
They're all zombies. Every single one of these people.
Isn't it sad that we're not saying with pleasure?
We need real patriots.
Well, listen, you got electricity in your ass, brother.
Yes, I do.
No, I mean, these folks look dead. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that.
Alex Jones, the legend.
No. And so this is your son and daughter? Very nice.
Yeah, this is I have triplets.
That's awesome. Triplets, fraternal?
Yeah.
It's obvious. Everything's fraternal.
Mr. Jones, thank you for helping Mr. Trump get elected.
Well, thank you, brother.
Patriot.
Well, listen, I was actually recording an audio deal.
Oh,
what do you want to say to folks?
I want to say thank God for Alex Jones. He's a real hero. Hello.
Are you guys awake over here?
Yes, they're awake. Yes, they're not zombies.
What do you think of the new world order?
Oh, she's against it. She hates the new world order. She hates the Illuminati. She hates them all.
And this is your other daughter?
This is Morgan. Morgan, tell them how much you hate the Illuminati.
Oh, yes, I hate it so much.
She hates it all. She's so happy that you got Trump in there.
So is it?
Thank you.
So is it 2 girls and 1 boy? Or
yes, 2 girls and 1 boy.
And you're blessed. I'd love to have 3
man, I can't believe it. You're a legend. You are awesome.
Absolutely.
You're everywhere. Hey, bro, thank you again. The last 2 weeks of that election, I felt your power. I rallied the troops. We got you to.
It was your power, brother.
No, it's you.
Look, just finishing this up and getting back to the other part of the recording. I really care about people. The elite see this and have total disdain in the public, and just think this is the evidence they're allowed to destroy them. But we've got to change course here. Now, I was getting to something really key here that when that fellow walked up, that we're basically changing our environment to the point that it's destroying us, and the leaders make it worse than admitting that it's a conscious decision to do it. And you can say their argument is they're just getting us out of our misery. But then you look at them and the weird Satanism and other crap they're involved in and all the pedophilia, and you realize, no, they're a predator class that actually is a sport out of losing their humanity. So they're projecting a system on us that's making us lose our humanity. I want to develop solutions to counter this, and it's not just eat non-GMO, get out and hike more, pray to God. Major studies show that absolutely ups your consciousness and gets you out of the melee of their control. But also, we need to realize we're on a planet in space, surrounded by mystery and majesty, and that it's limitless, and that our potential is near limitless, and we're made in the image of God, and we see that manifested. But we're building ourselves a hell, not a heaven, in respects. And so we need to think about ways to regain our humanity. And I think so much of it is just not caring what corporate media says, not caring what Madison Avenue says, not caring what the Wall Street kingpins say, by setting them up as the idols and as the gods, and letting them be the model of how we behave and how we operate, and caring if they shun us or caring if they call us names. People call me all the time, on air, off air, family, and they go, oh my gosh, you were on CNN a whole bunch, you were on Fox, you were on MSNBC, saying horrible things. We know it's not true, but how are you taking it? And I say, again, as a badge of honor, And I know I make that point a lot, but people still don't get mainstream is a joke. It's propped up. We've now come to the end of mainstream. It's now collapsed. If you ever wonder what the death of mainstream media would look like, this is it. No one's buying into their culture anymore because they have no credibility. And because they were selling a culture of collapse. And now that much of the societal collapse is here culturally, they've made themselves obsolete. But so much of the globalist program did not get completed. So we're here in this kind of no man's land right now where there's a global awakening happening right now. We have such potential. We have real intellectuals that have a desire for freedom and a destiny to promote. Reach out and get involved. We're unstoppable. I'm Alex Jones, again here broadcasting from the airport. I think it's symbolic in the middle of this big crowd right now that it is conquering our environment that's made us procreate so much. But in the mass procreation, we have lost the vital essence that makes us human. And again, I know I'm not saying things that no one hasn't noticed before, going back to Plato's Republic, but I'm pointing out the public isn't aware of this, but it's the governing system of their world. There's another paradox. Everything always comes in the paradox. It's really important. The West has empowered the world in so many ways, but all cultures have come together and had things. A lot of what the West got obviously came from Asia previous to that. But the fact is that the West has offered so much. Notice it's the West that's offered all the TV and the modern culture and the death and these innovations that have dehumanized us. So I'm always saying defend the West, defend the West, defend the West, defend the idea of free will and independence. But how do you get around the fact that we've turned ourselves into these soulless slugs that have no future and who aren't even really alive or conscious? That's what I'm saying. It's frightening, the dimness in everybody's eyes. And then like zombies, they think if you're not dim, you're somehow bad. You're existing makes them feel that. Malthus, 250 years ago, thought that the Earth was already overpopulated with 100 million people. Thought we should put everybody in compact cities to spread disease so we could kill off the surplus population, which was kind of a repeat of what Plato had written 2,200 and something years before. So even though we're stunted and have problems, we still can do amazing things. So I don't want to be over negative here or negative from the perspective of an elitist. It's just that this is their view at us, and a lot of it is true. I just think they should look at themselves in the mirror and ask why they're helping, why they're exacerbating this. All right. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say, see, I told you so, that communist Chinese-style net censorship was coming to the web, because it's already here. It's being announced. The way you keep the internet open and free is you get involved more than ever. Go to Infowars.com/app. A new battleship in the fight. Infowars Live, available right now. We're looking for a crew to man it. You're going to sit down and play games and be a trendy? Or are you going to be part of history? Don't sit by and let the internet and free speech be stolen from you. Take action.
I'm Ashley Beckford, reporting for Infowars.com. I'm about to talk to several people from the University of Nebraska at Lincoln about the situation, the standoff at Standing Rock, as well as Native American rights. I'm joined here today with James Wooldridge. He's actually someone who went out to the Standing Rock protest. Thank you so much, James, for joining us today.
Well, I went there because I wanted to experience it for myself and see what was happening for myself. I wasn't sure whether the media was covering it well and whether the stuff that I was seeing on Facebook was true. I've heard reports of, people coming in, being hired to agitate. I don't know whether that was going on, but there were certainly a few individuals in the crowd that were that wanted to be more aggressive and maybe we're straying away from the peacefulness of the protest, but the vast majority of protectors were there to keep the peace. For example, one lady was standing at the base of the hill, and she started running up the hill. I guess the plan was to attack the police, I'm not sure, but she was running up towards the top of the hill where the police were perched, and as soon as that happened, there were some other protectors that ran up and blocked her way and made sure that she went back and crossed back the other side of the river so that the police and law enforcement would have no reason to be violent.
Wow, yeah, that actually does seem like something that an agitator would do, because a normal person who's just trying to be an activist out there is not actually going to try to provoke the police. And this is what we've seen basically time and time again, where we've had these agitators out there, these paid protesters. We've heard that they could be receiving up to $1,500 to actually be out here for the Standing Rock protest. So I'm speaking with people who are working and studying at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln. This is Rebecca Schlichting. She is an adjunct professor there at the University of Nebraska. And what do you teach, Rebecca?
I teach an in-depth reporting course on white clay.
Okay, excellent.
I did grow up very close to my community and my culture, and so having that experience kind of expanded my heart to include all Native people in everything that I do. And so when I was growing up on the reservation, my elders would tell me to act as your ancestors did and live in accordance to making a good life for the future generations.
Right.
And so that's what I continue to do, and that's what the water protectors are doing. I wouldn't be surprised if meth and alcohol are more prevalent than clean water sources on reservation. And if this pipeline is built through the Missouri River, I will be most certainly sure that meth and alcohol will be more prevalent than clean water resources.
Joining me now is Shriyani Tidbal, University of Nebraska at Lincoln. She's a professor in the journalism department.
Standing Rock is not for sale. I mean, Standing Rock belongs to the people. And you can be George Soros or anybody else with a ton of money, but it's not for sale. I am just full of hope that our President-elect Donald Trump will go and make visits to these places and change it. It should be so easy to do. All we need is the same, fairness that we give to the rest of the country. So I'm excited. I'm full of hope.
With President-elect Donald Trump, we do actually have someone in there who really does care. He says that he wants to make America great again for everyone. So that should include our indigenous, Native Americans. These are people who have been systematically over the course of history really dealt a raw deal, honestly.
I'm expecting President-elect Donald Trump to be the president of the Native people too. And maybe he will make the change that we've needed to see. It needs to come top down and help the people at the bottom. So I'm full of hope, and I'm hoping that on the 5th of December that the pipe does not go through. So thanks so much for bringing some clarity to this on InfoWars. Thank you, Ashley.
Shriyani Tidbal, University of Nebraska at Lincoln, thank you so much. I truly appreciate you elucidating this issue of the Native Americans' plight on these Indian reservations. I truly appreciate you being out there on the front lines with your students, your adjunct professor, Rebecca Schlichting. I really appreciate you guys out there on the front lines just getting the eyewitness reports and finding out what's really going on and how President-elect Donald Trump can actually help out and become the president for the natives.
You think our information's hardcore? You think our focus is brutal? Try our nutraceuticals. Try our supplement. We've taken Brain Force and made it Brain Force Plus. Now at 20% more in the bottle and even more hardcore formula. You owe it to yourself to get these products. They really have worked for myself, my family. They have 5-star reviews, thousands. Secure your Brain Force Plus today at InfoWarsLife.com. Now 20% stronger. Again, InfoWarsLife.com. The same corporate media that openly takes orders from communist China is now criticizing our President-elect Donald J. Trump for daring to simply talk to the newly elected first woman president of Taiwan when she called him to congratulate him. They're saying that it's a unwritten policy since 1979 that U.S. presidents don't talk to Taiwanese presidents, even though we have a defense treaty since 1949 with them that we signed with Chiang Kai-shek, who was kicked out of China by the Communist Chinese. Who is illegitimate is the Communist Chinese that have killed 80+ million of their own people and keep them in slave conditions and have set suicide nets around their Foxconn laboratories for Apple and mobile execution vans and execute hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong every year and sell their organs on the global market. That's who's lecturing us that we can't talk to a president, all because Jimmy Carter signed a deal to sell
Yo, Confess.
1979. And in the upcoming report you're about to hear, I detail the history of those facts.
Yo, Confess, can you hear me?
All I can say is Trump's continuing to deliver on Americanism, not globalism, and is acting like an actual president, and I salute him. I want to break down the China-Taiwan situation from a historical perspective that, again, is
Alright, very
incontrovertible.
refreshing.
What I'm going to break
Slow
down
down.
here
Very
is
refreshing
a
calling it again.
fact that is even in mainline history books, but is not taught on the History Channel
Or
or
just
the
hang up
news
and call in and hang up
in
and call in.
general.
You don't need
Sometimes
to refresh.
the History
Hang up
Channel
and
has
call
actually
in.
gotten it
It's-
right
it's okay.
and told the truth. And that's where we start. 1949. The communists had been on since the 30s. They'd taken over some of the mountainous areas in China. They had held out during World War II. And at the end of World War II, they became allied
Alright, hang up
with
and
the
call in again.
then brand new CIA that had come out of the British OSS.
Man, it's so weird.
And
Why doesn't
basically,
it work?
a
It
lot
works
of
for
US
everyone. except for
intelligence
you.
officers and Army officers got arrested by the communists because they wouldn't go along with the full takeover of the country, and they themselves were tortured. They were killed.
Okay,
Many
did you allow your
of the
camera?
Christian missionaries that were there were also captured and killed. And of course, the John Birch Society is named after John Birch, who was captured and tortured to death for not supporting the communists. And our government completely turned a blind eye to all of this. Now, it's a huge history. I'm going to stop there with what happened in 1949.
Okay.
But if we fast forward to 1979, by then deals have been made behind the scenes via Henry Kissinger and George Herbert Walker Bush, who was then ambassador to China. Of course, he'd also been director of the CIA, to make a deal economically with China to give them the rare earth minerals, to give them the
Yeah,
the Panama
your
Canal,
internet
and to
sucks,
give them
man.
control of resources, as long as they didn't become military dominant in the surrounding areas of Asia, like the South China Sea, and as long as they didn't menace Japan. This is all mainline history, folks. Now, of course, from the beginning, China was double dealing the entire time. Now, fast forward to 2016, China has 97.5% of rare earth minerals that you need to make basically any computer device or electronics. That's been done by design. The West just doesn't touch it, doesn't mine it, doesn't go after it, because there's a corporate global treaty, just like TPP. Unratified governments, but followed, okay? So fast forward to the globalist operative who was following this whole plan of Kissinger and Brzezinski. 1979, who's president? You guessed it, Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter signs a deal to hand over the Panama Canal, the eighth wonder of the world, to the communist Chinese. He then signs a deal to give them all the major deep water ports that the U.S. had previously had in the world, and to give them access to all of our refueling stations, previously known as cooling stations. Again, the globalists are making a deal to use Chinese slave labor to leverage the planet's other major economic and industrial operations to create an economic consolidation, vertical integration model. This is globalism. China is the key. That's why they say China is the new century. America and the West is declining. China is the future, because the deal was made because they were authoritarian to transfer all power to them, because they would then side with the globalists in the phase we're now entering to establish open world corporate government. Now, enter Donald John Trump, 45th president-elect of the United States of America. Trump is being advised by Mad Dog Mattis, who is a brainiac, huge reader, huge understander of this, big anti-communist. He's being advised by General Flynn. I'm not going to go over all the advisors, but Trump already knew this as well 40 years ago. This was huge scandals back in the late 70s, huge scandals in the 80s that the Republican Congress, even with Reagan, allowed this to all go through. So it didn't happen right away just because Carter and farmers signed off on it. So we're in 1979. They get the Panama Canal. They get all these other concessions. They're just given everything. China could barely even operate. China was third world in almost every sector of its entire country. But now they're going to be given the deal. Corporate taxes are raised to the highest in the world in the United States and Europe. So you cannot compete here. Where do you go? China. So the next 30 years, that all accelerates. That brings us to about 10 years ago. Taiwan is where Chiang Kai-shek, the nationalist, fled in 1949 when the CIA and the United States government betrayed him. That's even since been on the History Channel. That's now admitted. The John Birch Society said that in 1956.
Okay,
When they
hang
found
on,
it was proven
again.
over a decade ago, classified. Look it up
Just try it
yourself.
like,
They have History Channel
try
shows
it
on
like
it.
10 times or something.
They gave Chiang Kai-shek rifles that didn't have firing pins in them.
Maybe
Remember all
it'll work after a couple of
So,
tries. By the
and
way,
they have
which
all the
browser are
intelligence
you using?
on even how to arrest members of the U.S. Army and people that were there, because even elements of our own government didn't know. So there was different factions in our own government. So this is the high treason selling us out to the communists in China for command and control. So they all flee to Taiwan in 1949. It becomes the nationalist hub. We give them weapons. We have defense treaties with them. All this goes on. Going back to 1979, the sellout, not just the Panama Canal, not just the agreement on rare earth minerals and mining, not just all the agreements on textiles and everything else. No. Now, 1979, Jimmy Carter says, we're no longer going to talk to the president of Taiwan. We're not going to recognize them.
Okay.
But we still have a defense treaty, so
That's very odd, man.
we'll sell them weapons.
But try
But we
coming in
won't
again
sell
or
them
something. I
weapons
don't
that they
know.
can actually
Or give up.
defend themselves properly. We'll sell them out of their crap.
But it works for everybody
Now,
except for you.
Donald J. Trump, he says, hey, this isn't business
So that's
as
very
usual,
strange.
where China owns our debt and China lectures us, and every major Hollywood movie you see has weird propaganda in it about how Chinese science is why we're able to go to the moon or Mars, or, I mean, every movie you see, like The Martian, you name it, we don't have boosters that work, and it cuts to the Politburo with big red flags waving. In some cases, with actual members of the Politburo, and they save America in every major movie, from The Arrival to The Martian, to you name it. And they stop U.S. films from coming out, like Red Dawn 2, and cut China out of it. They're buying up all 6 Hollywood studios as we speak and bragging they've captured us. They make Obama get off the back of the plane, treat him like total crap, tell him screw you Americans. Remember that 3 months ago? This is all part of their out of control, insane arrogance. And they've broken the deal with the globalists and are now militarily expanding into Africa, into Latin America, into the Caribbean, into all areas of the Pacific. But again, Kissinger and others are happy because they were always part of the double cross against America. Let's continue. So there's the New York Times, there's the Washington Post, there's CNN. How dare Trump, a president-elect, take a phone call? They lied and said that the first elected woman to Taiwan, she won in a landslide. She's a pro-nationalist, a party very, very popular, but also liberal other policies. So they're bipartisan, very well balanced. She calls him. He takes the call. He knows full well what he's doing. She congratulates him. He congratulates her. And he acts like, how dare this buffoon screw us over, and I hear the Chinese now in the news lecturing us and getting
what's up, man?
And Trump tweeted, how do we sell them billions of dollars of weapons a year, but then we won't even take the president's phone call?
Why are you all
disgusting.
green and everything, man?
Then the media spun it like he didn't know what he was doing.
I don't know how
Trump
to
knew
fix
exactly
my
what
camera.
he was doing. He said, we're going to be treated with respect.
Oh, okay. I thought
We're not
maybe
going
you
to have
have like an
one-way streets
effect or something.
with China anymore. They've broken their deal even with the globalists, and the American people didn't sign on to that deal with the globalists.
All right,
So there's a basic
That guy.
snapshot history. what's really going on in China.
what?
As Christ said, the people
Yeah, that
perish
guy
for lack
here.
of knowledge. You will know the truth that will set you free. If people want to know the truth, if they want to be set free, they can study history and understand.
With that guy
Basically,
from
if you look at globalists today, they said they want to
by
replace
the way,
humans
you
with
can
robots,
mute
so they can dictate
Matar.
the terms of human surrender
yeah,
to Congress.
Matar.
Well, before
No,
that,
his name is not Matar.
they had a
Do you think his
billion
name is Matar?
Chinese.
No, it's not.
Back then, it was like 900
You know
million.
Matar, right? That's
Now
Matar.
it's a billion,
Well, he has a
300
different.
million.
You should
Okay.
mute him.
And that is
Can you
basically
mute him? Can you
the
turn off his
biological
audio?
android army
Because it's a video
of
play.
the globalists. That's how globalists, the technocrats, see them. They see us as
I cannot see
subhuman.
the option
Chinese
of
are
muting.
subhuman as well.
Okay,
Because
okay,
they build
so
all these widgets and
do
different
right
things.
click and
So
then
the
show
West will sell
control.
its industrial capacity to communist China, and that
And
now
they-
happened.
and
And
then-
President Trump is breaking through that as he's
Control.
promised to do, and is
So-
bringing jobs back to America.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
standing up for our nation,
All right.
and standing up for our republic. Doing
Okay.
absolutely incredible
Yeah,
things.
right,
That's why they're
wow.
panicking. That's why they're selling. Yes, the president of the United States
He's
can
normal,
call
right?
Taiwan
He's kind of
and can talk to
psychological
the president.
problem.
And
Right?
if the
He's talking
president
about.
of Taiwan calls him, he can
No,
talk
no,
to her.
so he's not
This
homo
is
like you are, but
ridiculous to show
I'll
how
tell
these
you
terms
like
are being dictated.
No, he's not homo. I said he's
Such
psychological
incredible
psychological
lapdogs
problem.
with foreign interests
No,
bossing us around,
He's
telling us what
alone.
to do. That's
The
globalism,
image-
and it's coming to
the
an
video
end
that
with
you see,
Americanism,
That's a
not
video
globalism.
of Eric Silver. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And what you hear
I'm
is
not going to
completely
sit here and
different.
say,
What
see,
you
I
hear
told you
is
so.
a
That communist Chinese
television
style
channel.
that censorship was coming to the web.
And
This is
today,
right here. It's
right
been
now,
announced.
he's
The way
gone
you
to
keep
work.
the internet
He's
open and
actually
free, you get
working
involved
somewhere
more
in
than ever.
Tel
Go to
Aviv.
Oh, I see.
InfoWars.com/battleship
Yeah.
InfoWars Live, available right now.
So
We're
you're
looking
here
for a
alone.
recruiter and
Yeah, I'm pretty much about here.
be a trending. Be part of history.
Yeah,
Don't
so
sit
sad.
by and let the internet and free speech be stolen from you. Take action.
How many people are using half? Like there are not many people, only you, me, and Matar.
Joe Biggs here with InfoWars.com.
Exactly, there's only
Now,
one
Hawaii
room
has a
open.
brand new
I
bill
don't
that's
know,
about
like
to be
maybe
passed,
only 10 or 20 people, something a
2954,
mess, but it's
which
very
requires
new.
background checks
Very
from the
few people know
FBI,
about it yet,
gun
so I hope,
registration, all kinds of horrible
Is that
things.
your
We're
app
going to
or
get
what?
into that
Is
when
that
I
your
get
app?
Kevin here in just a moment.
No,
Now,
no,
we've heard
no,
about
someone
strict
else did.
gun
Yeah, what's
laws
up, Chris?
all across the country in many different states, and it seems to be that where there usually is the most amounts of crime. And now Hawaii has a bill that has been introduced and is
Do you
now
like me to
passed.
hair?
It's Senate Bill
Do you like me to
2954.
Yeah.
And what this
And
is
looks good, man, but the
pretty
previous
creepy
version
law
also
that
looked
could be
good, you know.
that's going to put into effect
Yeah.
on December 5th. So I have Kevin Kakatan from
I don't know,
Hawaii
maybe I have
joining
to
us
wait
right now,
for
and he's going to
3
tell us what
months.
he knows
3
about
months.
this and how it can affect the people of
Right.
Hawaii.
Keep it longer, right?
Thank you for having me.
This
This is a matter that's kind of gone under the radar.
Yeah, man. You look like the Hulk
California
right now.
recently has
What happened
had
to your skin?
another Gunmageddon and
I am now. How can I fix it? How can I change my camera?
propositions that went through. On one hand, it's
One
nothing
at a time.
as
Sorry,
bad as
what?
that. However, the danger here is that
Go ahead.
what they're planning on doing
Mute
is
Matar real
going to
quick.
take
Everyone
effect
mute Matar.
come Monday,
We already
December
did.
5th.
Oh, okay.
Is that anyone
He's out to
registering a
work,
new
by the way. He's
firearm
not
that
even
day
here. He's gone.
will have to essentially pay $42
Can you kick them?
enter themselves into what they call the RAP
No,
system, and
He left a
allegedly
long
the
time ago.
RAP
He's not
system
even home.
is the same system
I know
utilized
that.
by
Sucks.
the
Someone else wants to come
FBI
on, though.
Oh, yeah. We
trust
could,
as they
we could create a new
as
room.
they describe
Oh.
educators, people that work for the government, perhaps. But from what I understand, it was never
Yeah, man.
meant
So what was that
monitor
post, Chris?
legal
Just to
firearms,
accomplish,
but
just to let you
Yeah,
know.
so let me read you exactly from the FBI what it means. The RAP Act service allows authorized agencies to receive notification of activity on individuals who hold positions of trust, i.e. school teachers, daycare workers, or who are under criminal justice supervision or investigation, thus eliminating the need for repeated background checks on a person from the same agency prior to the deployment
But you are you
the
a
National Criminal
pop or
History
are you
Background Check System provide a
Absolutely
one-time
not.
view of an
Absolutely. That's not
individual's
even a
criminal history
possibility.
status with
No,
regard to
that-
authorizing receive
Don't be
ongoing
shy,
status
man. Don't be
notifications
shy.
of
Don't be
any
shy.
criminal history
Yeah.
reported to the FBI after the initial process and retention of criminal or civil training actions by using fingerprint identification to identify persons arrested
I see.
and prosecuted.
Yeah, like you are pop or
RABAC
you are
provides a
the
nationwide notice to
gonna
both criminal
ban your
justice and
roommate or
non-criminal justice authorities regarding subsequent action.
Straight.
That doesn't sound good to me.
Straightest kid
Kevin?
alive.
Just essentially
Gave me anything other than straight, not even a
in a subtle
possibility.
way, essentially
I see you spit in the rainbow.
law-abiding.
There's not even a guy that lives in this house.
There are no
That's not straight up.
people.
Oh,
Most professionals.
you're
are,
straight, but
you know,
your roommate
monitored,
is not straight.
without having
So
anything really been
while
done.
you
And there's
while
a
you
lot of
were
questions as
sleeping,
to
he banged your
what could
ass.
disqualify a firearm owner if they are, under some kind of arrest or
No, that's not funny,
some kind of
man.
incident outside the state of Hawaii that
Just kidding,
triggers
man.
that
Take it
alert.
serious.
Obviously, felony arrests, domestic
How
dispute
can I
cases
change
and
my
all
camera?
that. But I mean, are they going to be adding any other?
Hey, I don't know,
sort of
man. Buy a new
violations
camera
that
or something.
could
Man. You're looking
disqualify
like a fucking Hulk.
from owning a firearm? They
I
have
don't like a
not
fucking alien, man.
very transparent as to what RABAC is going to
Hey, the
involve.
point here, the name is
you know,
not
they
pop
haven't really
up,
made
like
much
Chris,
public
I cannot
impact.
see his
Most
name
people
on the
don't even know
screen.
what's going to go into effect come Monday.
So yeah,
Oh,
Yeah, exactly. I actually called the Honolulu
Yeah.
Police Department and spoke
some
with
post
5
on
different
Facebook.
officers,
What post?
and I asked them,
Oh, yeah.
what
So
they knew
you
about
had
SB
this,
2954,
you had this
what it
post,
details,
which I
is there
thought
gun
was,
confiscation involved, and none of them even heard
counterintuitive
of the
for
law
the
at all
state that you're in.
whatsoever.
But
So you have
anyways, I'm just gonna,
people who are supposed to
just
know
gonna
the
say that
law
you
and
posted.
enforce the law
You
and
posted
hold
like
people to that
something
standard,
like
and they
that.
don't
You
even
see
know
niggas
anything
all
about
around
it
you
yet.
trying
And
to
it's
chase the
just 3
pussy,
days away from
winding up
rolling
with
out.
broken hearts.
That's still
When they
kind of
should be
that's so
actually
sketchy,
focusing
that this
on
is going to
getting
be
money.
a new law.
Right.
And these guys
That's
are
what you're
supposed to
supposed
hold it, know about it, and
So
don't
that's
know about it
exactly
yet whatsoever.
that's what I would like to say to
Right,
you.
and one of the state senators that had actually introduced the bill or helped write it. There was I didn't attend the meeting unfortunately, but there was a meeting back in
Just for the record,
there was
I'm not chasing nobody.
formally in the state capitol, and people in attendance, were
I just
asking
focus on my
the
company.
state senator by the name of Willis Barrow, what was exactly
There is no
his decision.
either
Right, this
whatever
bill
you
and
just
all
said.
And essentially, again, not my words, but
There's
other people.
no crush. There's no
claim
crushes.
His response was that
Nothing.
essentially he didn't really read the bill.
Oh, really?
He didn't really read the bill at all, and some of our astute gun owners, people that are way more educated than I, attempted to educate him.
How's your company doing?
Don't
what
fucking
it involved,
screenshot me, man.
Some of the other anti-gun folks that were there were
I
also
didn't
allegedly,
use screenshot, but I
from
take
what
the
I
whole
hear, were somewhat
video,
surprised as to what it would involve.
Yeah,
it's
video is
really,
not a
seems like a
sorry,
very
video.
tricky process. Like they're almost like as they went along with it. And to me,
Anyways,
in
how's
my
the company
opinion,
doing,
it
man?
seems like around that time there
I don't
was
like
a filibuster happening in DC, and,
mate.
and it seemed like they couldn't vote on
Well,
further
you didn't
gun
do
control.
it.
So it just seemed
Did
like
you just
our
did
governor
you just
took it
say
upon
I'm a
himself to
kid?
say, hey, well,
Yeah, I think you're a joke.
all the Democrats in DC got everything done.
Holy shit, man.
No,
Let's
no,
go.
seriously,
We can do
how old
something
are you?
here, and it just seems like that's where
I can't.
everything came about.
He's
Because
15,
despite
man.
all of
Chris
the
is
letters
15.
Yeah, kind of.
resistance
Yeah, kind of my.
this bill from
grandson.
white gun owners, they just signed it anyway.
How dare you call me?
Yeah, so it looks like it was introduced on
Yeah.
January
He
27th.
could be your dad,
And the
man.
report title says SB
Yeah, maybe your dad, bro.
criminal history record checks,
How dare you call
police
me?
permits to acquire firearms, Hawaii criminal
Shut the
justice
fuck
center
up, dude. I
database
swear, if I was like in
management
real life,
description that authorizes county police departments to enroll
Shut the fuck up. Look at
individuals
look at
who are registering their firearms
Jack this shit up.
record monitoring service
You
used to alert
stupid
police
asshole.
when an owner of a firearm
What you
is
mean,
arrested
you
for a criminal offense
Don't
anywhere in the
fucking talk to
country.
me. Don't fucking
Authorizes the
talk to me.
Hawaii
Stop
Criminal
talking.
Justice Status Center to access firearm registration
I'm not gonna talk to
data.
you.
No,
I'm
really,
gonna
know,
make
and
a
this is
finger.
the
You
now,
motherfucker.
if this becomes successful,
You got
and
depressed,
the
you
people
motherfucker.
in Washington
Yeah,
see this
asshole.
and they get some
Yeah,
ideas
just
down the road. This could be something that they would try.
Don't fucking
and
talk.
have
What I just said.
or nationwide, I
Are
should
you
say.
deaf?
And that's the interesting thing. We have a lot of
I'm
people
not
like
deaf.
Harry Reid that I'm sure
I'm
would
not
come right on this.
I don't associate with asshole. You big motherfucker. You fucking kid. fucking Android.
Honestly, even if it's successful or not,
Go back to Taiwan or wherever
how
the fuck
smoothly
you're
it
from.
goes, I have no doubt that other states has to say.
Taiwan?
For their respective legislation periods are.
I'd like to know Korea and be a slave to Kim Jong
The other states have tried to adopt.
I'm not living in Korea.
Luckily,
You're not even allowed to use the internet.
now,
How are you even on the internet?
we've
Yeah, how are you on the fucking internet?
bulletproof from some of the
I have money.
atrocious gun laws
Can
in
set to
California,
the
like
internet.
Man, don't worry.
automatic rifles. Things like that. Again, in Hawaii, we still haven't been affected by that, but things like this rap bill that doesn't directly
You guys are
on
fucking
the
joke.
surface seem to affect firearms like magazine capacities and things
Look
like
at
that.
you, bro. Look at your
I can see how
fucking
these
face.
things come to the
You
radar.
don't belong in a conversation with me,
Because
bro.
it may seem benign on the surface, but it really
I
is,
don't belong to
essentially,
your
we're
conversation.
looking
Yeah,
at a group of people that have not done
intellect.
basically anything.
You have a low standard. You have a low standard and I have a high standard.
Or lists in general have been compromised.
How
I
to
mean,
get
not too long ago, there
You
was an
gotta go
incident in New York
get some knowledge.
where I think got leaked out
So I know you have a low knowledge.
names and addresses, or at least
You are
the
from a
names
low
of
family.
gun owners in New
Oh,
York.
maybe your parents have
public.
Man,
sent you.
you fucking know
Our
me.
names on this federal rep act.
You don't
I
even
know
know
you.
me. Where I live, you don't know shit.
You're gonna take that, man? It's not bad.
The FBI, who's to say that
Have a bad attitude.
and all of
Your
our
face is
information
fucking
goes out
ugly.
as well.
So no
I'm
one's
blind.
Really a danger.
I'm blind, and I'd slap the shit out of you too. if I saw
Indeed,
you.
it is.
Oh, shit.
You know, it's scary when you actually have this. It gets passed. But it's so vague too. I'm sitting here looking at the bill, and it doesn't really
has
tell
an
you what
autism,
happens
yeah.
if you are found to be guilty of breaking this law, so to say. You know, are they going to come to your home? Is there going to be gun confiscation? Are they going to ban you after that from ever owning firearms or purchasing them again? I mean, you know, what's the process of getting put on it, and then what's the process of being removed
Yeah, so
from something
how's
like
the
this? I
company
mean,
doing?
if you were to be arrested and then found innocent later on down the road, you know, so those are the questions we're going to have to ask
I
from
don't want
here
to
on
talk
out.
about that right now.
Really, I mean, I think as most people have described it here,
I'll
it
take
really-
that as
really
a
begins
like,
with
discussion too.
the gun owners of Hawaii really standing up and
Yeah.
really supporting
What the fuck
Hawaii
are you,
rifles, which are our
motherfucker?
own
Piece of
local,
shit.
gun
Damn,
advocacy.
suck my dick,
All right,
motherfucker.
well, this is
Suck my dick.
all extremely interesting.
Yeah,
stuff.
what dick?
We'll call out
Kiss my dick. Suck my
Hawaii
dick.
and have them
Suck
stop
my
this if they can.
Suck my
But
dick,
this is
you
all the time we
dumbass.
have. Thanks for being on here with us,
Yeah,
Kevin. This has been
fucking
Joe with Infowars.com.
Nigga, fuck you, nigga, fuck you in the ass, motherfucker.
In case you haven't,
Man, I'll fucking cut your dick off and put it in your ass.
Nigga, fucking
America, we're making freedom.
I'll cut your dick off
And
and
now
put it in
we
your
are
ass.
proud to announce
Hey,
a new
man,
weapon
let me
You know, I don't like it.
against the globalists.
So you start shrinking.
Wars Prime.
No, shut
On
up.
live,
Yes,
high
fuck,
definition
I'll cut your
of
tongue off too.
plus exclusive insider videos
What the-
from the
what the
Infowars crew and
How you
behind the
did it?
scenes
You're aching.
action. Go to Infowars.com
You even talk to this fucking
app
dude.
and
The fucking
download
retard.
today. Infowars
I'm
Prime
not
is
talking to you,
available
dog,
right
you
now
fucking
for your
stupid.
No, I'm not talking to you.
You will have access to
talking to you.
exclusive
Shut the
videos
fuck up,
that you can't
motherfucker.
see anywhere else.
Hey, yo, man, hey, leave me out of this, man. This is between you and the whole team.
I know, but how do you even fucking hold a conversation with these dumbasses?
Amazing
I swear.
deals from the
I don't want to have a conversation with you either, you motherfucker.
What are you, 12?
Infowars Prime at Infowars.com
Yeah, shut the
/app.
fuck up and get away from me.
You motherfucker.
You live in the no, motherfucker.
Donald
You're
Trump is
fucking
on
kid.
his victory tour saying thank you
I
to
don't
the
want
United
to
States
fucking
elected
say,
as
man, get the
president,
fuck
the
out of
40th
here.
president of the United States.
Get the fuck out of here.
Job
I don't know you. I don't want to know you.
Infowars was, of course, on the
I
ground
came here
for that
before you
for
come,
Michael
you
Zimmerman.
I don't know you.
And
I don't
guess
know you.
what, folks?
Man, I was here way
One of the
before you got
globalists,
to that, man.
his
You are
credo
you're
was
fucking
Americanism,
douchebag,
not
fucking bad
globalism.
man,
We have
fucking
the
asshole.
up on our
You're
website.
the most
That
pedophile
aggregated
guy
some real
ever
clear
met.
politics.
I'm glad I'm
Trump said, no global flag,
Yeah,
no
you're a
global currency, and no
motherfucker,
global
asshole.
citizenship.
Shut the
That's
fuck
what
up.
we're talking about. First said rally in Cincinnati,
Care about
Ohio.
you either,
And
you
he's outlining
motherfucker.
how to put America first. He goes on to say that now it's
You're
time to
fucking
embrace the
evil.
one thing
Can't even
that
afford a real
continues to
laptop.
unite
A real
all of us,
fucking webcam.
and it's our Americanism. He
I got a
continues with,
laptop.
we hear
Yeah,
a lot
I'm
of
using
talk
my
about
laptop talking
becoming
to
a
you,
globalist
motherfucker.
world. Well, guess what?
Shit.
Just after that, putting the globalist on the
Yeah,
run.
shit.
There's
I'm
no
using my
global
laptop.
anthem, no global
Yeah,
currency,
I got my
no
fucking
certificate of global citizenship. We pledge allegiance to one flag, and that flag is the American flag. You know, I couldn't be happier with this. We spent several weeks hammering home globalism is Hillary Clinton's motto, frankly, and it took her down. And now we have an Arab issue.
What do you pay, $80 a month for that?
And he goes on to talk about this vow that he's making.
All it means is you're in debt.
Peace. He's vowing that the U.S. is going to stop toppling regimes during the first year of presidency of his sanctuary. This is what he's saying. He's saying our goal is not chaos, because we want to rebuild our country in its time. And I love this message because he's not a neocon president, folks. You know, Republican or Democrat, what's the difference these days? They all want these wars for profit, you know, invading countries and destabilizing them. And then we have this refugee mess that's bleeding at the helm. He's saying we're going to put a stop to that. And something else that he said I could not be happier about. He said, look, just because we're not toppling regimes anymore, doesn't mean we're not going to be fighting ISIS, but we're going to be joining in with countries that are fighting ISIS. I'm directly quoting him, our goal is stability, not chaos, because we want to rebuild our country. It's time. He vowed then to rebuild the country, complete his military, and then he went on to repeat many of his campaign vows, most of which included fighting ISIS. And we know that Russia is cluster bombing in Syria right now, trying to get rid of ISIS. The State Department actually helped create, by the way, erratic and rogue policies, because we want to destabilize the citizens. God only knows why, frankly. It's a sick agenda that very much continued under Hillary Clinton. But thanks to Donald Trump, it looks like we're going to focus on American values, American interests, and we're not going to be engaging in these foreign wars where we're bogging down our resources and then accepting a mass refugee population that is destabilized in the first place. That was on the agenda in his thank you tour. Now, I want to take you to another article. It's also on our website. It's talking about WikiLeaks, because we know what Angela Merkel is doing to the European Union. We know what she's doing to Europe and to her own people, frankly. And there's a bombshell that's come out, and it's talking about how WikiLeaks is going to destroy, it could in fact destroy Merkel's plan for EU domination. This is a warning coming out of Julian Assange. There's been some questions about his whereabouts lately. After the Thanksgiving holiday, there was some concern that he may even be dead, but it looks like, in fact, that we have a confirmation that WikiLeaks has new information, and it's regarding Angela Merkel, and it could stop her in her intent to absolutely destroy and destabilize Germany. This is good news. You know, we put a stop to this here in America. We said no thank you.
Coming back.
Policies, but it looks like she's been able to run amok in her own country and destroy Western Europe with these runaway policies where Germany is no longer recognizable to some of us looking at it. But it looks like this trove of WikiLeaks documents revealing the true scale of the cooperation between the German and U.S. spy agencies. It's at a risk to Angela Merkel herself. It might derail her hopes of dominating the EU. Now, he goes on to talk about in this article, when you get a second, take a look at it because it's up on our website, the BND, Foreign Intelligence Agency of Germany, and its counterpart, the NSA. WikiLeaks was able to gather a lot of information from these agencies. It looks like we are bracing ourselves for a major reveal. You know, he promised a bombshell regarding
stop kicking me out.
And frankly, it might be one of the best Christmas gifts that we've gotten here, because Trump
I don't know
is not going to prosecute.
I don't know who's kicking me out.
Won't.
Yeah.
Jeff Sessions.
Let's be friends.
It just means for now he's focused on the country and healing the country. But
no, don't go. I love you, bro.
You never know. So we have that to look forward to. Now, shifting gears for a moment, I want to take you to the mainstream media. You know, there's been a war lately in this country between the mainstream media. They're calling us fake news. Other organizations and other outlets like Breitbart Media, Drive, of course, InfoWars, actually spouting the truth and telling people the truth. They just can't handle it. There's an article written by Paul Joseph Watson, and he talked. It's just love Paul, by the way. His snarky intellect. I always find it a joy to read some of his videos. Check this out. So he's talking about this.
Supposed to be your enemy.
U.S. schools for ethnic kids to, quote, trust mainstream media. This is what it's come down to. I'm talking about Matt Bay. And he talks about how social media giants like Facebook, they've censored, quote, fake news, which is actual real news. But that doesn't go far enough. He doesn't think that that's enough in getting the truth squashed. He wants schools to start something called a media literacy.
Who likes me? Hey, who likes me? Who said who likes me?
Instruct impressionable students on how to not trust sources of information. And what a radical form of thought. You know, somebody should tell him that this isn't North Korea. You don't have the hold on truth and journalism. They're so desperate that they resorted to indoctrinating school children. That's the new push because, hey, adults just aren't buying it anymore. You got to go after the impressionable little youth whose minds are still developing so that they trust all the garbage that you're putting out, which is ridiculous. What a radical solution to the crisis that's unfolding with them. Now, we know that Trump took the mainstream head on. And he won, by the way. And he's taking on a lot of other issues now that he's become president-elect. And one of them is how we treat our veterans in this country. Joe Biggs, he brought this report to you yesterday.
I don't live in a jungle. I don't live in a jungle.
Clinic and how it's most likely infected 600 veterans.
What happened to you today? What happened to you today?
Veterans Affairs Administration, it is completely defunct in this country.
Hey, did you take a wrong medicine or what?
Sometimes they're so frustrated.
What happened to you today?
They commit suicide right outside of VA hospital because they just can't take it anymore. We've covered here the one VA hospital in Atlanta. They actually had to install this multi-foot fence on the top of their parking lot on the roof so veterans wouldn't jump over. This case, if you don't find it disgusting, I don't know what can disgust you. When I read it, it made me physically sick. This Toma VA, it's being investigated. This case is regarding a dentist.
Yeah.
And apparently
can you give me a lesson? Because today
and it looks like they infected as many as 600 of our nation's veterans. So our precious veterans, all they've done is fight for this country and sometimes engage in wars based on lies. They did it with a pure and pure heart and clean hands. They come back, they deserve care, and oh, guess what? We have these shoddy clinics that are infecting them with HIV and hepatitis. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Wow, that's reminiscent of a case of colonoscopies coming out of Tennessee 2 years ago, where they were also infecting veterans with hepatitis and HIV because of
who are you going to talk to?
It looks like, you know, our only hope is to get this VA system cleaned up in time so that cases like this, so that we can stop reporting on them, because frankly, they are just outrageous. And we know that Trump's going to tackle this because he promised to. He brought to light a lot of the issues that veterans are facing. And sometimes we've seen people on the ground, and Owen Schroyer does a great job of interviewing these people. We have this website about how Trump is bringing people together, and he was on the ground in Cincinnati.
He's so young.
Owen Schroyer from Infowars.com. I'm here with Adam and Noah. They just got out of the Donald Trump rally. Tell me, what was your experience like?
This is my first rally.
I'm almost 30, you know.
Any interest in
I'm 29.
Growing up, I'm 27 years old myself. I just realistically, I didn't feel like
that's just a fake one. To be honest, I'm 29. You know, my real age is 29.
The whole world that affect our policies rather than.
No, I'm not a virgin. I'm not a virgin. I got a lot of sex. I had a lot of sex.
This rally or this election, I personally took an interest in Infowars. I use her product.
No, I'm sure, man. I'm sure. I'm really sure. I'm pretty sure.
Chain good.
I'm absolutely sure that I'm not a virgin.
I learned politics. I delved into it.
And I just feel so disappointed.
And this realistically, this is just a wonderful experience for me.
You're a fucking kid. You don't even talk to me, you fucking motherfucker. Kid. He called me a kid.
You know, bring back
he's like 15-year-old. Yeah, call me like that, you know.
That's realistically, that's what's going to make this country the great power and the entity that the rest of the world looked up to for so long. We're such a young country, and look at the things we've achieved.
Now, what about you, young man? This is a Trump rally you just went to. Was this your first Trump rally?
This is my second Trump rally, but I got caught on the outside the last one in Westchester. I had to listen from a pretty long ways away.
So tell me about your experience in there.
It was really kind of unbelievable. I wasn't ready for all the power that was inside of it. The last one being on the outside, you kind of just hear more of the protesters than the people that actually get inside. But once you get inside, you see all the other people that believe in what he's saying and believe that there is hope for America still, and that we can make it the best it can be and bring it back to the best day it was.
Now, we know that Trump is bringing people together, but if you can believe this, the Electoral College, because of this bogus Change.org petition, they're having to re-vote on an election that was already decided on November the 8th. Now, we have this article up, also by Paul Joseph Watson, and it talks about how the Democrats are trying to stall this recount in Wisconsin to steal the electoral votes from Donald Trump. They want to use politics to undermine the will of the voter, and that's exactly what they're doing. And I just want to take you to this one piece of this article. It talks about how Jill Stein, who actually spoke to InfoWars and talked about how Hillary Clinton would start World War III, apparently something has happened to Jill Stein's brain in the course of the time she talked to us at InfoWars. And now, because she clearly wants to give Hillary Clinton the election because Hillary Clinton couldn't do it legally, so now they want to try this bogus crap to do it illegally. Now, going back to this article for a moment, all the votes in Wisconsin have to be certified by December 13 before electors meet on December 19 to formally cast their votes. And this article talks about how Democrats in certain counties are trying to stall the vote, like in Dane County, Wisconsin, for example, because it's very liberal and Madison is located there. And they think that if they can stall the votes in this 6-day period, that the electoral won't be able to meet. And then those electoral votes that originally went to Trump, they won't be going to Trump any longer. So dirty tactics, it's not going to stop Trump from becoming president. They're just trying to mar him and muddy him up before he ever gets there, because we know that, they just can't accept the election results, despite saying that we're all crazy if we don't accept the election results. But if they do it, they're practicing their democracy. I don't know what they're thinking over there, but it's not going to work anyway, so it doesn't matter. And it's a gigantic waste of our time to even be talking about it, other than the fact that it's so ludicrous. And speaking of other things that are ludicrous, we found this article for you. It's on the Daily Caller. We have it on our website as well. I want to take you to the San Bernardino terrorist, Saeed Farouk, and his wife. It turns out that they didn't want to go to their Christmas party, which his wife expressed on Facebook, on her social media page, that she felt that she didn't want to participate in a non-Muslim holiday event. Hence, they decided to kill 14 coworkers in the Christmas party because they didn't want to attend the office Christmas party that was mandatory. Now, gunning down 14 of their coworkers, they then circle the city for 4 hours. And of course, they're spotted by local law enforcement that shot them both dead after engaging police in a gun battle. So the tolerant religion of peace that they espoused to, apparently they were pushed to violence and murdering 14 people over a Christmas party because, we have the right to say no to those things. And if you don't agree, then we're going to just shoot all of you until you die. So that's what's going on over here. Now, talking about the migrant issue, continuing on this article, Leanne McAdoo actually wanted to talk to you about this evening. It's written by Chris Tomlinson. It talks about how migrants in Germany, they're insulating themselves from integrating into society. They're becoming more insular and rejecting Western society and Western values in mass numbers. This is according to a new study. And it's citing poverty, which is hilarious because poverty is not a reason to become insular and reject Western society. We know that this is an underlying agenda. The non-assimilation is a common practice, and just because people are poor, I don't even get that study, frankly, because we know that the reason of poverty, Germany has overwhelming social programs, and that just seems like an excuse to me. But anyway, we've heard a lot of excuses here in the States as well. Taking you to that Ohio State shooting, and the suspect was shot and killed. He butchered 9 people after ramming them with his car. And OSU students, if you can believe this, they're blaming racist America for this terror attack. We have an article up on our website. It aggregated from Rebel Media. Take a look at this reporter as she asked the students why they think this happened.
You feel safe on campus after the attack this week?
Yep.
You do? Would you call it a terrorist attack?
Depends on what your definition of terrorism is.
According to your definition.
No.
Would you call what happened terrorism?
No, I wouldn't. I would say it was a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? Why would you say that?
Because I think that person probably experienced a lot of racism, and racism is a traumatic experience.
It's good to know OSU students are getting their money's worth, being taught how to think for themselves over there. That's really comforting, hearing their responses as to that terrorist attack. Be sure and stay tuned for more special reports like this.
Our fellow info warriors across the United States and across the planet really love the Hillary for Prison 2016 shirts that we began to put out in 2015. It became a global meme against globalism and corruption, and a very strong maxim that's now being continued on today. Now, President-elect Trump has come out and said it's not his job as president to call for prosecution. He's not supposed to. But that obviously, Jeff Sessions, as new Attorney General, we confirmed, will certainly carry out his duties. But Roger Stone, a few weeks ago, right after the election, said, you got to bring Hillary for Prison back. And I said, yeah, but it's a limited edition. It's over. You know, she's been defeated so far. And he said, what about Hillary for Prison 2017? We need those at the inauguration. They're trying to intimidate Trump supporters and nationalists everywhere. That shirt is powerful. It's not just a shirt supporting Trump, like your shirt that says Trump is my president, which we put out before he won, predicting it, putting our name, our guts on the line, but something exposing who the other team was pushing, so that people don't forget, and so that the push for justice continues. So it's a great way to support the broadcast. It's a great way to have another historic shirt to spread the word and to meet like-minded people who erase color and creed, who bleed red blood and want justice. It's available. It's another limited run. I don't know how long we're going to offer it. Definitely only a few months. It is Hillary for Prison 2017, and here's the biggest and best part. I almost forgot. This shirt arrived in an 18-wheeler, printed right here in the USA a week ago, and I forgot. I've been so busy even talking about the fact it's been in the store. That on the back of the shirt is a design that I worked on with some of our great graphics people that is George Soros as a goblin. I made a goblin joke a year ago about Trump, so you better not, actually get in bed with the goblins. He has to work with politicians, but I understand if he has to actually, get knee deep in their political guts, but you just can't get caught in bed with a goblin. So we now have George Soros, the media attacking this whole goblin meme. They've made huge jokes about it, but it's totally blown up their face. We now have George Soros as a goblin on the back, and it says with a cross through him, an X like Ghostbusters, no Soros, him as a goblin. It says deport Soros on the bottom, and on the top it says InfoWars established 1996. So it is a limited edition, deport Soros on the back, Hillary for Prison on the front, right-hand shoulder, Infowars.com. It's powerful to get out to everybody now. Infowarsstore.com, or call 888-253-3139. So to all the fellow Liberty lovers around the world, I salute you and thank you for your support. This shirt is a celebration of the fight and the victory we've seen in 2016 against tyranny, but looking forward for justice against George Soros, Hillary Clinton, and their entire criminal network. And don't forget our motto, no more pizza parties.
Well, we're 49 days out from Donald Trump becoming president, and we've seen some amazing things already with the saving of Carrier, and we've talked about that at length. I'm not going to go into that right now. We're looking at the Trump transition team. Most of us are a bit cynical and skeptical about politics. We've watched this for a very long time, and I got to say, I am one of the most cynical, skeptical people you'll find. So I look at the backgrounds of the people that he's chosen or that he's about to choose, and it's hard to just say, let's see how this plays out. I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt. When we look at Steve Mnuchin, for example, the pick for Treasury Secretary, at the beginning of the week, I thought it was extremely encouraging that he had John Allison, former head of BB&T. He'd been a banker for 40 years of a regional bank. He knew the problems with regulations. He knew how they worked. He knew the problems with the bureaucracy. And he was a total free market guy. And he had a great background. So it's like, boy, I sure hope that Donald Trump picks him. Very next day, he picks Steve Mnuchin. Of course, he has a long relationship with Steve Mnuchin as his campaign finance manager. But the thing that concerns people, of course, is Mnuchin's connections to Goldman Sachs, also to George Soros. There's Soros connections in the background, as well as being at Harvard and being skull and bones. I mean, there's all kinds of things like that we can bring up. But let's take a look at what he has said. Now, as soon as he was appointed Treasury Secretary, people kept saying to him, well, what are your priorities? And he reiterated what Donald Trump had said. Hey, we're going to cut taxes. We're going to cut regulations. We're going to repatriate capital, all those sorts of things. Look, if he does that, even if he was a Goldman Sachs banker, that's a good thing. That's the right thing to do. That's what we're going to look at in this article. He's now saying that one of the top 10 priorities for Donald Trump is to get rid of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. In other words, to sell them, put them in the marketplace. He said it makes no sense that these are owned by the government, have been controlled by the government for as long as they have. Of course, Fannie Mae was created in 1938. Freddie Mac in 1970, as New American points out in this article. He says in many cases, they displace private lending in the mortgage market. We've got to get them out of government control. And they point out the article, New American, they say Fannie Mae was part of FDR's New Deal. It was created to expand the mortgage market by making loans that local or regional banks couldn't make or didn't want to make. Well, why wouldn't they want to do that? It might have to do with the fact that they're non-performing loans. And we should remember that as all this stuff came crashing, we had at the head of Fannie Mae, we had Jamie Gorelick, who had been in the Justice Department for Bill Clinton. And he made $26 million in bonuses. So you've got this strange organization that is supposed to be a separate business, but it's created by the government. And then when it went bankrupt and cost taxpayers $200 billion, that was taken over and run in receivership by the Treasury Department. So one of the first things they want to do is get rid of this thing. Let's put this out, let's privatize it, let's sell it. It's not something the government should be involved in. I think that's a great idea. And so the New American looks at this and say, well, is this really one of his top 10 priorities? We'll have to see. Maybe it's just a stop, they said, to Trump supporters who are really concerned about another Goldman Sachs alumni being put in the administration. And of course, people like Chuck Baldwin have said, look, if you want to define globalist banking elite, no one personifies this better than Steve Mnuchin. He was an investment professional, as I mentioned, with the Soros Fund, with Goldman Sachs. He was there for 17 years. If he really wanted to drain the swamp, he would have appointed somebody like Ron Paul or somebody like John Ellison. Nevertheless, they finished by saying exactly what I said at the beginning. Whether he is a plant that has been inserted to steer Trump's ship in favor of globalism or not, Mnuchin is doing the right thing by disclaiming against two government mortgage giants. They were unconstitutional from the beginning. They have cost taxpayers billions. They should be jettisoned. So let's just roll this back a little bit. Let's try to control our cynicism and give it a chance, unless it comes to the Secretary of State. And I have to say that when we look at Kellyanne Conway coming out and saying Trump's 4 likely picks for Secretary of State, we've got the good, which would be Bob Corker. We've got, I would say, the bad, Giuliani. And then we've got the really, really ugly, Romney, and the ugliest of them all, General Petraeus, being discussed. Now, she does say, look, we don't know yet. This is going to be his decision. This list is fluid. It could expand. It could narrow. But when we look at these people, for instance, I say Corker, and nobody is perfect in their background, but he does have a really good background. This is a guy who's a successful entrepreneur. He started out in 1978. He had been working minimum wage jobs and saved up $8,000, started a construction company. Within 30 years, he built that to a business and real estate that he sold for $19 million. So he goes from $8,000 to $19 million in 30 years. And then he kind of retires from that and he gets involved in government. He had a very successful tenure in government as a mayor in Chattanooga with education and other things. So he's got a lot of good things in his background. Giuliani is a close friend of Trump. He would be following his lead, I believe, and not working against him as Romney would. That's a big positive there. But when we look at General Petraeus, think about this. General Petraeus is someone who back in 2014 was selling the TPP, something that Donald Trump says he's going to get rid of from day one. Petraeus was selling the TPP in 2014 as a matter of national security. And then he goes on to say that climate change is a matter of national security. Okay, before John Kerry was telling everybody that climate change was as big a threat to our national security as ISIS was, General Petraeus was doing that. So think about that. Just think about that for a moment. TPP is a national security issue. Climate change is a national security issue, according to David Petraeus. But real national security, in terms of keeping track of classified documents, that's not an issue. That's a personal decision that he made. That was something for which he did get punished, but it was a misdemeanor. not a felony. And of course, when we look at this, the Daily Mail points out that if Trump were to pick Petraeus as his Secretary of State, Petraeus would have to check in with his patrol officer. Do you see the problem with how this looks? I hope Donald Trump sees the problem with how this looks. They say the defendant shall submit his person, his residence, his office, vehicles, any computer systems, including computer data storage, media, or any electronic device capable of storing, retrieving, or accessing data to which they have access or control, to a search from time to time conducted by U.S. probation officers and other such law enforcement personnel as the probation officer may deem advisable without warrant. Okay, so here's a guy that you're going to put in as Secretary of State, and I think he's like third, maybe fourth in line to the president. This is a guy who has ignored national security, and instead of going to jail with multiple felony convictions, he was kind of given a pass like Hillary Clinton. He did get a misdemeanor conviction, and that's what we're looking at here. He got 2 years probation as a misdemeanor, and he got a fine of $100,000 for sharing massive amounts of information with his mistress, Paula Broadwell. So this is a guy, though, that under the terms of his parole would have to notify the probation officer within 72 hours of any change in residence or change of employment. So he's going to have to call up the probation officer and say, hey, Mr. So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so, I just got a new job. Oh, yeah, what is that job? Secretary of State. That's absolutely insane, okay? And the fact that his documents be subject without warrant to searches. How are we going to maintain security with that? And of course, remember that Bilderberg, he is a regular attendee of Bilderberg. He is part of the globalist inner circle. This is a guy who is as connected and as much of a made man by the globalist cabal as Henry Kissinger or Zbigniew Brzezinski. So this guy truly is the worst of the worst. And understand that his security issues are not over here and Hillary's are over here. They're intertwined with each other. There were 1,000, this is going back just to this last October from Fox News, 1,000 emails between Clinton and Petraeus that are missing from the records that were sent to the State Department, say the FBI. So out of the 30,000 emails, 1,000 of them were to him, and they're missing. And so CENTCOM records show approximately 1,000 work-related emails between Clinton's personal email and General David Petraeus, former commander of CENTCOM, and guess what? He sent those as CENTCOM commander. On January 10th, 2009, right at the beginning of the Clinton administration of the Secretary of State, she wrote General Petraeus on an email and said, as he was head of CENTCOM, here's my personal address on my BlackBerry account. Quote, if there's anything you need or want me to know, please use a personal email address. All the best, Hillary. So this is a co-conspirator with Hillary Clinton in these crimes. Not going to prosecute Hillary for prison. You know, the optics on this, the double standard on this, incredibly bad. That would be a losing proposition. Well, for tonight's news, join us on Monday, 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern for the InfoWars Nightly News.
In case you haven't heard, InfoWars has become the most influential media outlet in America. We're making freedom go viral. And now we are proud to announce a new weapon in the epic battle against the globalists. InfoWars Prime, where you can watch live high-definition feeds of the Alex Jones Show, plus exclusive insider videos from the InfoWars crew and behind-the-scenes action. Go to Infowars.com/app and download today. InfoWars Prime is available right now for your iPhone or Android. You will have access to exclusive videos that you can't see anywhere else. That means live coverage of events and breaking news on location as it happens. You can also take advantage of amazing deals from the InfoWars store that are only available for InfoWars Prime subscribers. That's InfoWars Prime at Infowars.com/app. If you can hear my voice, you are the resistance.
He is a journalist with 61 years experience. He's currently the president of the International Federation of Journalists. Before that, for 9 years, he was vice president of the European Federation of Journalists from 2004 to 2013. And for 10 years, he was president of the Belgian Association of Professional Journalists from 1995 to 2005. The reason we're talking to him is because there is a worldwide push against freedom of the press going on right now, full court press. We've had the European Parliament come out, pass legislation. 1 week ago, Wednesday, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving Day, they passed legislation to combat propaganda that they said was coming from Russia. Then, this week, we saw 1 week later, on Wednesday, we saw, as the Washington Post put it, an effort to combat foreign propaganda advances in Congress. Isn't that interesting? And they used the National Defense Authorization Act that they're going to put this in, calling on the State Department to lead government-wide efforts to identify propaganda. So they're going to tell us what propaganda is. We're not going to be allowed to decide that for ourselves. They're going to tell us, Facebook and others are going to tell us what real news is and what fake news is. And that is a very, very dangerous situation for them to define what is real information and what is not real information. But notice that this is being done now legislatively. And at the same time, we saw a Bloomberg article come out this week saying that Russia weaponized social media. So you didn't know that you were working for Russia when you started talking about Hillary Clinton's crimes as they were being exposed by WikiLeaks. So I think we have him on the line. Do we have Mr. LaRouth on the line? Okay, we have Mr. LaRouth on the line. Philippe LaRouth of the International Federation of Journalists, President. Thank you for joining us.
No problem. Good morning.
Good morning. Now, tell us what is going on the European side, because they are pushing against freedom of the press there. This is something we've seen the London Guardian saying they think it's a very dangerous precedent. We've seen Glenn Greenwald with The Intercept, and of course he was involved with Ed Snowden's leaks. He said this is nothing but a new form of McCarthyism. Tell us what is going on in Europe, because this is a worldwide push.
Yes, there are tensions between European Union and Russia. And the European Parliament passed a resolution, but with very controversial, only 44% of the MPs voted in favor. There was a high number of abstentions. Fighting propaganda by Russia and Al-Qaeda, first reason to be surprised. Associating a state with Al-Qaeda, it doesn't seem fitting to us. But naming Russian media by name, accusing them of propaganda. And we found that it was not right to accuse them and not giving them a chance to defend themselves. That was one point. And the second point, we consider you shouldn't find propaganda with propaganda, but with ethical and responsible journalism.
Exactly. That's the thing that concerns everybody, is how you define it. We're going to have these gatekeepers who are going to tell us what real news is and what fake news is, what real news is and what propaganda is. How can we trust these people? In most cases, they work for the government itself. They're going to be the ones telling us that things are propaganda or fake. And we know that they're going to label the things that are critical of them from experience. We know that's going to be labeled as fake. It's going to be labeled as propaganda.
We used to say, where do you find fake information? On social media. And our fight is to distinguish between fake and honest information made of one thought, one other thought. And, we have a sacred principle in journalism is the fact is sacred, the comment is free. You may not like the comment, but comment is free.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's a very important thing. I mean, in the history of our country, as it was being founded, we've had a very high literacy rate. It was much higher than it is now. We had papers that were highly partisan, highly opinionated, and they did battle in the public space. Always in the past, I have always believed that everybody has a bias. Just what you choose to report shows some of your bias. So I have always preferred to find highly opinionated journals on multiple sides of the same issue and form my own opinion. I think that's what a lot of people are doing with social media now, but they don't like to see this kind of open discussion, do they?
No, on social media you had not the same kind of debate. The debate is I express my opinion, yours is different, and we debate. On the social media, what we witness is that mostly people look for people thinking the same as they do. So this is us against them. And this is really what we are trying to avoid. Then we are resolutely in favor of debating.
And so the issue is to have more open discussion of views and not to have a gatekeeper who's going to do it. So I want to look at this legislation that is being proposed in both Europe and the United States to combat foreign propaganda. And again, they identify the Russians always as being behind this, even though they don't necessarily have any support for that. What are the specifics that have come out? I see this article here, RT, saying that the European Parliament voted to pass a resolution to respond to information warfare by Russia. In a report written by Polish MP Anna Fotyga, Sputnik news agencies were singled out along with RT as being among the most dangerous tools of hostile propaganda. Do they have any specifics of how they're going to implement this? Are they going to create their own counter-propaganda news media, or are they going to try to suppress this? How are they going to try to control this and push back against it?
Yeah. First of all, this resolution of the European Parliament is not mandatory, so it's a resolution. But when they say Sputnik is a propaganda tool, we would ask them, show us when and what's Sputnik a propaganda tool. What information Sputnik gave was a propaganda lie. And as long as they don't give us concrete examples, we suspect that they are describing the media without demonstrating, proving this is a propaganda tool. We are not naive. We know the big states have propaganda instruments. That's not the point. But please, when you describe media as a propaganda tool, explain why and show us examples.
I think that's the key thing. We say that somebody's doing propaganda or they're doing fake news, and they don't talk about a specific incident. And so a lot of times we will have people single out our organization, say, we disagree with what you had to say, and we'll have a back and forth talk about that. But when they do a broad labeling, saying that's fake and propaganda, and this outlet over here, they do nothing but fake news. So they attack RT or they attack InfoWars. They say, you're nothing but fake news. Instead of saying specifics about that. Yeah, that's the key thing, isn't it?
How can you defend yourself when you have no concrete, real fact to expose? If you're telling me the International Federation of Journalists is a liar federation, how could I respond them? If you tell me this press release you issued, I don't agree with them, I can argue about this and we can have an open discussion.
Exactly, and that's the key thing. Now, as we look at this in the United States, I don't know how you feel about this, because this is a worldwide. I've got an article here from Sydney talking about the U.S. election, characterizing it as malice and misinformation and fake news. Again, no specifics, always the generalities. But when we look at what's happening here in the U.S., I'm very troubled by the fact they're putting this into the NDAA, where we've already seen them insert things like indefinite detention by the military without trial or accusation. That seems to be where they kind of put authoritarian movements or legislation in the United States, and they're funding this. And I don't know what they're going to spend money on, but they're going to spend $160 million over 2 years, so $80 million a year to combat some generalized fake news.
Yes, and the problem is they have financial means don't have in general.
Yes.
But it's really worrying because we were told what to make the decision in the American election that there were the social media. Second thing we heard, in Europe, for instance, America is the West Coast and the East Coast, but the real Americans are between the coasts. And it seems the media have not the means anymore to send people and to go in the little towns listening to what the people have to tell. And this is real journalism. And unfortunately, this is less and less the case, and you have to react on the spot on news or fake news on Facebook or Instagram and so on. We think ethical journalism is more needed than ever.
Yes. And I think what is interesting, I think the two things that people need to take away from this is, number one, the charges of fake and propaganda news are very generalized. They don't get specific about facts or about articles in most cases. So we see a broad-based attack, but then they get very specific about individual news organizations. So they attack Breitbart, or they attack InfoWars, or they attack RT in various places. And we're seeing that here in America. So we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, I want to ask you about your comments as we see a boycott being organized against Breitbart News, which was part of the anti-globalist movement here in the United States. And of course, former head of Breitbart is now the chief, he's the chief strategist for Donald Trump and the Donald Trump administration. So there's been a lot of pushback against them specifically. Now they're trying to take them on a blacklist. We'll be right back with Philippe LaRouth. Oh, okay. We're going to skip the break. Okay. So Alex wanted to jump in. And do we have Alex on the line? Or?
Yes, you do.
Okay, good. Thank you, Alex. Go ahead.
You bet. Just popping in here. I know I took off to take care of some business, and I appreciate you going in doing a great job. I wanted to interview this journalist because I appreciated himself, his organization, which is one of the most prestigious in Europe, exposing the fact that these blacklists are very, very dangerous. And this is what authoritarian regimes do, like communist China, is they come out and they say, oh, we're arresting all these people, or we're fighting these people because we say this is fake news criticizing the Communist Party. The CIA in the 60s, to classify the 70s, created the term conspiracy theory to just discredit somebody and not address their info. That doesn't work anymore. So now they call you fake news. They call InfoWars, Breitbart, and the Russians. That's the three groups. All we do is bring on original documents, common sense information, and lay it all out. And that's why they hate us. We're bigger than they are now. Infowars.com, according to Quantcast, and according to all the other major services, is bigger than the New York Times online. Our listenership is 40+ million a week now, is the new bottom. The high is 85 million. Those are real numbers. Okay? So that's what's happening. Donald Trump has those numbers. He knows that. They were delivered to him last week. So this is what's unfolding. They are cracking their britches because real citizen media, independent media, and also foreign media are now challenging ruthless Western corporate media that has become globalist. It's destroying our national sovereignty. So my big issue for the guest is we need to organize. You were just saying, like with Breitbart, against this, to have Kellogg funding George Soros, Color Revolution, Black Lives Matter, destabilization here, like he's done in Russia, like he's done in Ukraine, like he's done with the Arab Spring. And now Kellogg's comes along and says, oh, your online advertising. By the way, they had to buy into in a consortium through that ad agency. I know the ad agency. They bought the placement there to then be able to pull it and create this tsunami of getting hundreds of other companies to pull it. Good. Please pull yourselves. Give us a list of who not to shop with. I haven't eaten Kellogg's crap in over 20 years. It's the worst GMO garbage, as you said yesterday, David. Eating the box is better. So good. They want to boycott. They want an economic war. They want to censor us. This is blacklisting that makes McCarthy look like an angel. This is out of control garbage, and I'm sick and tired of it. And so I'm glad that major journalists are going to see Matt Taibbi of Rolling Stone got this right, said it's very dangerous. So a lot of Guardian said it's very dangerous. This is the essence of tyranny. This is failing corporate media trying to shut down all of its competition with labeling, and they say here in the U.S., they want to have blacklists. They've already kicked us off Google areas. They've already kicked us off Google Chrome. They're already kicking us and Breitbart off apps. We're already under attack. The censorship's here, and we're so nice. We're just calmly sitting here taking it, and none of us are even getting mad like we should. I'm going to sign off. God bless you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Alex. That's a good point because, as we pointed out many times, conspiracy theory was a weaponized term created by the CIA to shut down any discussion of the JFK assassination. They've used it against anyone that they want to shut down who is questioning official stories from the government. Now that term has morphed to fake news because it's just not getting any traction. And we're talking to Philippe LaRouth. He is president of the International Federation of Journalists. He's been, as I pointed out, he's had 61 years as a journalist, and he has served 10 years with the European Federation of Journalists, 10 years as president of the Belgian Association of Journalists. The website is ifj.org. Mr. LaRouth, when we look at what's happening here in the United States, I find this legislation that just got passed 2 days ago here to be very troubling. This $160 million that they're going to spend over 2 years is going to go to the State Department to lead a government-wide effort to identify propaganda and counter its effects? Your comments.
Yes, legislations, and nowadays, I mean, also security legislations have very dangerous aspects for press freedom because, intelligence are watching what is happening, and once again, they might quote some comments, describe them as anti-national or so. And even though it expresses an opinion, we are witnessing, for instance, in Turkey. There was an attempt coup in Turkey last July, and ever since, more than 2,500 journalists were dismissed. Hundreds of journalists were indicted, and all are accused of taking part to a terrorist organization. Yes. If you are a Kurd journalist and you defend the Kurdistan independence, you are considered not a journalist expressing an opinion. You are considered a terrorist, and I really mean such legislations are very, very dangerous for free journalists.
And it's a hallmark of tyranny, isn't it? Every tyrannical regime will first move against free speech. They will physically arrest journalists. But even before that, and when we talk about the term conspiracy theorist that was created by the CIA, we all need to go back, and you guys can look this up on the internet. You can do your own research. Look up Operation Mockingbird. It was created by the CIA. What was the purpose of that? It was to identify and to control the media, to identify individuals and news organizations that they could control. And of course, in the past, in America, they had a very tight control over the flow of information. They had just 3 major television stations. Yes, go ahead. I thought you were... I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. LaRuth. Did you want to comment on that? Yes.
No, you are quite right. And I would just add a comment as a journalist. I also say I have the right to make errors, and provided I correct them afterwards. But the legislation is used indeed to prevent journalists inquiring about maybe facts which could be very disturbing for the state. Yes. And not only in dictatorships, also unfortunately democratic states, you see more and more of those legislations, and what you described in the United States is indeed very, very preoccupying.
Yes, I think we should all be very concerned when we see our government spending hundreds of millions of dollars to identify propaganda, to counter it. That's very, very amazing to see that in a country where we enshrined in the very first amendment to protect individual rights. We talked about freedom of the press because it is essential. As you pointed out, in Turkey and other places, it's a hallmark of a dangerous, oppressive, authoritarian tyranny to take the press out first. And so this is where it begins, and we have to stop it before it begins. And I think it's interesting, Mr. LaRuth, as you're talking about this, we see this resolution that was passed in the European Parliament, but we see actual legislation and funding a week later in the United States for the same thing. And of course, this is a worldwide response from governments trying to protect themselves, who have sold themselves out to the multinational global corporations, because as the people realize this isn't working out for them, and as we see press stories about that, they have to try to take over that dialogue, don't they?
You're quite right. This is a global phenomenon, and there's a reason why we have to build solidarity between journalists around the world to oppose this. And for instance, I find it very positive that you have now those conglomerates of investigative journalism, journalists revealing facts on world scale, which no single journalist or no journalist of one single country could inform about, and it might be a good answer to those efforts to silence free press.
Yes, this is something that is very dangerous, and we really need to understand the global aspect of it, because we really are in a situation where I think that, as we saw Trump say yesterday, he said most people's connections are at a local level, and they want to mix with each other at a local level. And I don't know if I'm getting feedback on the audio if you're trying to say something, but you see that people want to organize on a local level. That doesn't mean that we're going to go to war with each other just because we want to have our own local cultures and that sort of thing. But that's what they're pushing against, because they see that as a threat to their global agenda. And the tools that they are now putting in place, these are being put in place by the same people who believe that they have a right to eavesdrop on all of your communications and to try to profile you as to your political beliefs. And now they're going to weaponize this, saying that they're going to push back against foreign influences and foreign propaganda. They will be the ones who will be defining it. Thank you so much, Mr. LaRuth, and we will be in contact with you, I hope. Keep us informed as to what's going on in Europe and the fight for the freedom of the press.
Certainly do. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us again. That's Philippe LaRuth, President of the International Federation of Journalists. That website is ifj.org. It's a worldwide fight. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, your host today. In the last segment, we were talking to Philippe LaRuth, who's the president of the International Federation of Journalists. And of course, he's got 61 years experience as a journalist. He's talking about how the government is saying in Europe, and now we see legislation here in the United States, where the government is going to decide what is true and what isn't. Well, in another way, and as Sheila Hemphill and Coleman Hemphill, who just came in here from another group, Texas Right to Know, we're going to talk about health information. And as she pointed out, we were just talking about the government defining what is true and what isn't. Well, the government wants to define what is medicine and what isn't, what is helpful to your health and what isn't. They want to make those decisions for you. You're not going to be allowed to determine what information is true. You're not going to be allowed to determine what you want to take for your own health if we don't keep these people in check. And I think it's very interesting when we look at Benjamin Rush, who was one of the founders of this country, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, and he said, if we don't put this in the Constitution, we will have a medical tyranny. Of course, that hasn't really stopped them from trying to stop the First Amendment, freedom of the press, the fact that it is in the Constitution. But he had this to say, and I want to read this before we go to our guests. He said, this is Benjamin Rush, signer of the Declaration of Independence. He said, unless we put medical freedom in the Constitution, the time will come when medicine will organize into an undercover dictatorship to restrict the art of healing to one class of men and deny equal privilege to others. This is a guy who understood what was going to happen. He was a physician. He knew what human nature was. See, that's the key thing. Human nature doesn't change. People always want to exert this power over others. So we're going to talk about how this is looking specifically in Texas. There is a rally coming up to push back against an overarching government agency here in Texas. You probably have the same thing developing to one degree or the other in your state. And of course, we are all under the watchful eye of the FDA. When we talk about the co-op of the government, we talk about how the corporations take control of these bureaucracies that are supposed to regulate them. We call that regulatory capture. Of course, that is always the issue. That's what Benjamin Rush was talking about. Human nature does not change. So joining us now in the studio is Sheila Hemphill, founding member of the Texas Right to Know, and Coleman Hemphill. So welcome. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for bringing this up to our attention. Your organization is Texas Right to Know. Tell us what is going on here in Texas that concerns you, and tell us why you are going to have this demonstration. Was coming up December
9th.
Yes.
Every 10 years, there is an agency known as the Sunset Commission that goes in and evaluate the performance of various different state agencies.
Mm-hmm.
So
to see if they should continue.
Exactly. And most people don't even have a clue how our legislation works. So you have your representative, that everyone has a representative and a senator that represents them. I encourage everyone to find out who your representative is and be in contact with them. They make the laws, and then they task an agency to make rules.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we can get into a lot of problems. It's not even so much the law, but the rules established by, in this instance for medicine, is the Texas Medical Board.
And it's always that way. With the federal bureaucracy, we see that they had 80,000 pages published last year, and of course, they set a new record this year. Those are laws. They call them rules, but they're really laws. And so we've gone from a situation where we had taxation without representation to a situation where we have legislation without representation. The legislature creates these organizations, and these organizations want to create empires of their own. So they go out there, they've got their own, they write their own laws, they assess their own fines, and then at the federal level, they say, well, it's not necessarily an excessive fine because it's not criminal, it's civil. And the prohibitions against excessive fines just for criminal stuff. So they call civil asset forfeiture, or you got the EPA coming after somebody, fining them $80,000 a day. And they say, oh, that's fine. And then they've got their own court system and their own law enforcement of the laws that they create. And so We see this happening at the state level. Tell us what is happening specifically with the Texas Medical Board.
The Texas Medical Board is going to be having their sunset review on, the hearings are the 8th and 9th of December next week, with public testimony on Friday, December 9th, starting around 9 o'clock. And we're in room E1.030 of the Capitol. Just visit Texas Right to Know, and you will see the details of what the hearings are and the rally that we're going to be having on the south steps of the Capitol. We'll start assembling at 2, with a rally from 2:30 to 3:30. And this is an excellent opportunity for people to come and learn how to get involved, because what happens at that Capitol determines the laws that we have to live under.
That's right.
So we look at every 10 years as a sunset. So this is a very critical time that we've got to get in here.
We look at the big picture, we look at what's going on in Washington, but you need to understand that a lot of this is happening to us at the local level. What are they specifically doing? I understand that they are coming after some non-licensed healthcare practitioners, people like chiropractors, naturopaths, and everything, but they also tell us about what they're proposing to do that is more stringent than what the FDA does in terms of supplements, for example.
Well, what we're seeing is when a complaint is filed against a physician, the physician doesn't have a right to know who even filed the complaint. It's a little better than it used to be. It used to accept anonymous ones that no one even knew who filed the complaint, but it triggered what is called an investigative review conference, which is very costly. Informal review. Well, it's anything but informal, because everyone has to lawyer up. So even if it's a trivial, one instance is in Chapter 164 of Physician Advertising Rules, that they are not to have anything that says false, misleading, or deceptive. Well, given that we're in an environment where the standard of care dictates all practices of the general population of physicians, in many instances, they don't even acknowledge the significance of nutrition in health.
Yeah, exactly. Of course they don't.
No.
The only thing that's significant is a pharmaceutical.
Exactly.
And when people do put out advertisements saying that nutrition or immunology or detoxification may be beneficial to your health, they're fined by the Texas Medical Board. So if we want access to nutrition and education about nutrition from physicians, if we want to learn about chelation and heavy metals and the impact that has on the body, detoxification from our physicians, we have to go to the Capitol and defend them. Because when they speak out and they put out information to inform people how to get better, they're slapped down by these medical boards.
So that's just amazing. That is so unscientific to say that you're not going to have an open discussion of this, but we are going to determine and we're going to tell you what is fake medical news and what isn't. I mean, that's where we're coming from, right? It always comes back to the gatekeepers who want to tell us not only what we can do, but what we can read, what we can think about, even our discussion they want to
But
control.
now we're talking about the health.
Yes.
There's nothing more that impacts an individual than the health of you or your loved one. It impacts your finances, it impacts your job, it impacts your future, it impacts your children.
Oh, absolutely.
And they're operating outside the Constitution, outside of due process. So when they file a complaint against a physician and they don't know who is filing that complaint, that's a blatant violation of their Sixth Amendment right. Then they come into these offices without consent from the patient or the doctor, in violation of HIPAA law and the Fourth Amendment to privacy, taking people's medical records. And the environment that that's caused has put a chilling effect through this small community of integrative and complementary doctors, suppressing their right of free speech and their First Amendment rights to speak the truth.
Just like when we were talking to Philippe LaRuth in the previous segment, he said, the problem is that we need more information, right? We need to combat bad information with more information. People need access to this. They're concerned that too many people who are just they're going to get together in little cliques and they're going to share information that they already believe. But the solution to all of this, there's no perfect world. The solution to everything, even if you got somebody out there selling something that is quackery or fraud, the solution to that is to put out more information talking about attacking that specifically.
To decide.
Exactly.
We're talking about a thought police environment,
Yes.
which I find unacceptable.
And there's no more subtle tyranny that is so complete in taking away your civil liberties than our medical freedom. I mean, medical freedom and freedom for our doctors is the answer. And you're exactly right. More information on what's beneficial and what's not.
We had this ruling coming out of Fort Worth that says the U.S. judge easily determines patients have no reasonable expectation of privacy in their medical records. A private conversation between a patient and a doctor may be a thing of the past. And I don't think most people realize that. You go in there and you have this stack of disclosures of all this HIPAA, The Texas Medical Board say they are exempt from HIPAA.
Yeah.
Now, in this case, in Fort Worth, they are coming into practices, presenting themselves as the Texas Medical Board. We want to see some patient records with 2 other people that never identified themselves, but turn out to be DEA agents.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So they don't have the right to know who the complaint is from. In many instances, the complaints come from the insurance companies. And we just got back from a Texas Medical Board meeting, not at about 10:30. And in this, multiple testimonies of patients with Lyme disease.
Yes.
There are certain diseases that are almost like untouchables in Texas because of the standard of care that is established by these societies. Well, what Texas adheres to is from the Infectious Disease Society. It says Lyme's hard to catch, easy to cure. All you need is a few weeks of antibiotics. Well, that's not true.
Right.
So when we are spending $2 billion leaving Texas to go get treatment, this father's son got a tick bite at a Boy Scout camp. They had spent over $250,000 seeking treatment because when it was even got diagnosis in a Texas hospital, the head of the department walked out.
Wow.
And that's money leaving the state. So George Bush, when he was governor in Texas, said that over $2 billion around that.
That's a lot of money.
$2 billion was leaving the state of Texas for people seeking care that they didn't have access to in the state.
Well, this connects us to so many different things. We had David Simpson, who is a Texas representative.
Yes.
He pushed to allow medical marijuana to be used for certain instances, and he was successful in getting it there because he showed that it was the only treatment that was viable for people who had multiple uncontrollable seizures, and we know from
intractable epilepsy.
Exactly. And we know from a lot of those are caused in terms of reactions to vaccines. We know from the vaccine court, quote unquote court, that quietly operates and gives people compensation for injuries to vaccines that supposedly nobody ever has an injury to vaccines. But as he was pointing out, you're talking about money leaving the state. He had a couple of families he talked about. He said, look, they tried all the pharmaceuticals. They tried everything that the conventional medicine would allow. And so they went to Colorado, one family, and it saved their kid. The other family couldn't afford to just leave their home and their job and go live in California to do that. So they brought this in illegally, and they brought it in at risk to their own freedom, going to jail so that they could help their child with this life-threatening disease. It could kill them, but it completely destroyed their quality of life.
That law you're referring to is referred to as a compassionate use bill.
Mm-hmm.
And it has parameters that you have to have failed 2 pharmaceuticals and
Yeah.
have 2. I'm like, is that really the legislator's responsibility to dictate how medicine is done, or just to make things legal? And then
It's a responsibility to make sure the pharmaceutical companies are taken care of first. So that's why you try all their pharmaceutical drugs, and if they don't kill you, and if you don't die from the disease that you're supposed to treat, then you can try something else, perhaps.
what's disturbing is when we look at the statistics from 2007 to 2013, the number of complaints have actually gone down. But the number of informal settlement conferences where everyone has to lawyer up and go down there and have their discussion to look at why a clause on your website or a flyer was deemed false, misleading, or deceptive. And then when a representative intervened for this physician asking, tell me what is false, misleading, or deceptive, the response was, we don't get that specific. So that's unacceptable. And I think
we know what's false when we see it, but we can't define it.
we have to have some parameters in the rules.
Yeah.
And we know we need to have good relationships with the Texas Medical Board, with our legislators, but they need to hear from us. And we need to have people show up on December 9th, start showing at 2, and we're going to have a rally from 2:30 to 3:30. And I encourage people to visit our website, Texas Right to Know, click on Medical Freedom. And from that website, you can be watching the activity. We have a bus coming from Dallas and Fort Worth.
Mm-hmm.
And if we get enough input from the Info Warrior audience, we'll get buses, and we would love to bus you in from north, south, east, and west.
Well, that's a key thing. You know, people need to understand when they look at things like mandatory vaccines and all these other issues that are forced upon us. I mean, this is how all this stuff comes in. And we talk about the fact that they won't get into the specifics for a particular doctor that they're coming after, but they're just, that's what we're seeing in the news media. As Philippe Ruth was saying, they won't talk about specifics of a story. They will just come after a particular news organization. So they don't talk about necessary specifics of a treatment or this type of approach and supplement. They will come after people who have a different philosophy or people who are from a different industry that are in competition with the industries that control these regulators. That's why this needs to have a sunset. It needs to be needs to go away, doesn't it?
Well, and we want this to be a precedent for all the legislation that's coming up in this upcoming session. Because they will have, I believe last session they had 18 different bills related to vaccines just in the state of Texas.
Yeah.
And so
there's a massive push on that. It was just a couple of years ago that the pharmaceutical company said, we're going to stop doing any antibiotic research. And we're just going to focus completely on vaccines. And boy, have they.
Yeah.
I mean, just upping the number that you have to do. And when we look at what's happening in California, we do not want that to happen in Texas or other states. And the way you do that is to get involved at the state level, because they're going to try to take this to the federal level. Believe me, they're going to try to do it there, but we can fight this at the state level.
You know, Donald Trump talked about America not winning anymore. We don't care anymore. We're 49th in the world in medical outcomes and life expectancy. So when people get a diagnosis, they're destined for a life of constantly being treated. We don't cure people anymore. We have the 30th in the world for infant mortality rate. 1 in 2 people now will have cancer in their lifetime. 1 in 4 have diabetes. And there's been an exponential increase in almost all of your neurological diseases really over the last 15 to 20 years. So the environment and the standard of care has failed. And what do we do for all of those patients that aren't serviced by the standard of care?
Get this one. Here was a doctor who was treating chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia that I'm sure many of your audience know people who suffer from a very painful diagnosis of unknown origin in many times. He got a complaint. The patient assumed he was distributing too many supplements or pills or something. They came in. It wasn't a problem with the supplements or the medication, but they found that he was giving a lidocaine drip that was non-narcotic and would enable people to have pain relief for 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, here's a big problem, is that these complementary and integrative doctors who are practicing under Title 22, Part 9, Chapter 200 of the Texas Administrative Code, which is standards for physicians practicing complementary and alternative medicine. We have the law. When they came in, there wasn't a problem with the pills. But when they found this lidocaine drip, a pulmonologist, a lung doctor said, lidocaine? What do you mean you're doing the lidocaine drip? You can't do that. And the doctor goes, well, okay, I'll stop. But I'm one of 15 networks around the nation that routinely give this for fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue.
There needs to be more information. We need to have a marketplace, and hopefully we're going to see something like that happen.
The standard of care he got cited for not following for chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia was graded exercise and psychiatric evaluation.
Wow. Stay with us. We'll be right back. We're going to talk about health freedom. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, and I'm here with Sheila Hemphill and Coleman Hemphill. They are founding members of the Texas Right to Know. It's a coalition to give you information about your health. You know, you have a right to know about your health, just as you have a right to know about politics. That's what we've been talking about this entire hour. We started out talking to Philippe Larouth, who is president of a European organization, International Federation of Journalists. I think it's more than Europe, but he has worked for 61 years there. And he says they're trying to shut down and define for us what we can say, labeling things as fake. And the same thing is being done with your health information. You know, I was just looking at this article from the Daily Mail, and they said Parkinson's could start in the gut, not in the brain. And so they've done a study here with mice, and they saw that if they have gut health problems, how many times have we seen this? We've seen Dr. Group come on again and again talking about the importance of gut health. Now we're finally seeing them do some studies. They just completely ignore the issues of nutrition, the issues of probiotics for the longest time, and now they can't ignore that anymore. So we've had naturopaths that are doing that, but they're the types of people who are being targeted now in the state of Texas. And it's one of the reasons why we sell the products that we do. I'll just do a quick plug here for Biome Defense, because we're going to talk about probiotics that are going to get your gut healthy. Maybe you didn't realize that might even a healthy gut is going to make a difference in Parkinson's. They say, of course, you do have genetic issues, but there's also these epigenetic issues that are there that are focused on your nutrition. Also, Vitamin Mineral Fusion Drink Mix is back at InfoWarsLife.com. That's our portable, great-tasting Vitamin Mineral Fusion Drink Mix. It's back at InfoWarsLife.com. It gives you a full month's supply of essential vitamins, minerals, and amino acids. So nutrition is a very important part of your health. Do that before you resort to very dangerous, very expensive pharmaceutical drugs, and it's the government that is working with the pharmaceutical industry to make sure that you don't do this and trying to shut this down. And that's exactly what we're talking to the Hemphills from the Texas Right to Know about. They want to get a sunset law on this organization here in Texas, the Texas Medical Board. One of the things you were telling me during the break was the lack of qualifications that are required for people sitting on the Texas Medical Board as they sit in judgment of other people's medical advice and shutting down the free flow of information about nutrition as well as the effects of drugs.
They don't have any integrative and complementary training. They don't have any training or understanding of chiropractors that they're trying to take over that licenseship. So just like the mainstream media that constantly is going after, they paint a completely different narrative. They subscribe to their own schools of thought. They have no understanding, and so they prosecute very quickly many of these doctors.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the rules, it specifically says that Rule 200.3 from the Chapter 200, a licensed physician shall not be found guilty of unprofessional conduct or be found to committing professional failure to practice medicine in an acceptable manner solely on the basis of employing a healthcare method of complementary alternative medicine. So when they
say it's not about the method, but it really is about the method, as we see it being enforced.
Because they're being evaluated by the standard of care, not the standards outlined in Chapter 200. Now, everyone needs to really pay attention to what's happening with the chiropractors. The Texas Medical Association, not the board, but a professional association, TMA, is suing, and it's in appeal right now, to prevent chiropractors the ability to do a diagnosis.
Wow.
So if you can't do a diagnosis, you can't bill insurance, because you have to have a diagnosis to be able to bill insurance.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And of course, I know chiropractic very well. My brother-in-law is a chiropractor. He, when he was in college in Iowa, he said, we love to have the people who come to us who have had all these things they've tried with medical issues and they failed, and they come to us last and we fix it. So thank you so much for joining us. And again, that's the Texas Right to Know. You have a right to know. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, your host. We're going to be talking to Lionel coming up in the next segment. It'll be interesting to get his take on these events that have been taking place since the election. Last time we talked to Lionel, I think, was the night of the election, and he and I were talking about how interesting the Trump campaign was and how things just didn't work to attack him because everybody understood that he was authentic. So whether you agreed with him or not, whether he had rough edges or not, you realize that he was authentic on this. And I think it's going to be interesting. We certainly have seen him do his own thing even after becoming elected president. We've never seen a president go out and do a victory tour, thanking the people that elected him, because he went over the heads of the establishment, both press and political, and also to be proactive, to go out and to save jobs. As we pointed out, for 8 years, Obama hasn't saved a single factory. Instead, what he has done is misallocate taxpayer money in a kind of crony capitalism way. And as I pointed out earlier in the show, this issue with EPA rules and regulations, and understand that even though he's already surpassed the record number of new regulations by a bureaucracy, that's legislation without representation, folks, even though he's already accomplished that, he's already in the Guinness Book of Records as regulator in chief, he's not done yet. And he's pushing for a lot more regulations before the end of the year. Just the top 100 of those will be about $2 billion in additional regulation. But look at this new EPA rule. It's going to push regulatory costs past $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Isn't that amazing? $1 trillion of regulations, chains that he is putting on this economy. That's what Obama has done through his entire regime. They say a new implementation of EPA rules, this is from the Washington Examiner, on heavy trucks has boosted the 10-year regulatory burden on America past $1 trillion, 75% of which have been imposed by the Obama administration. If this can go through, okay, this is a one-time charge of $3,000 per person, or if you take it at a rate of an annual rate, that's $540 per man, woman, and child. Think about that when you look at some of the libertarian organizations criticizing what happened with the Indiana government. And of course, it's not the federal government, didn't give any subsidies to Carrier. They say, well, Indiana shouldn't have given $700 per person per job there. Now, that is not $700 coming from each citizen of Indiana. That is $700 that is going to Carrier for those people's positions, except that Carrier is coming in with 2.5 times that amount to invest. And those people whose jobs they're paying $700 per job to keep, Those people are going to pay far more than that in tax. They're going to have a massive impact on the economy there. And yet we've got Obama, $500 per man, woman, and child across the United States just for this one EPA regulation. It's just absolutely amazing what they're doing. And as we've talked in this last hour, we talked to Philippe Larouth from the European journalist that is talking about the push in Europe to shut down what they call fake news or propaganda. And of course, they're going to determine what is fake, what is propaganda. And they're saying, this is coming from the Russians. We've got to be careful. They're going to ruin our elections in Germany, just like they did in America. No, there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence they were behind the hack at the DNC. And they don't talk about the specifics. But let's talk about all this red baiting, all this red scare stuff. We got an article here from the New York Times. A subdued Vladimir Putin calls for mutually beneficial ties with the U.S. They used to call that détente. They used to call that a good thing until we had Obama and Hillary say we're going to have a Russian reset, and what they did was reset the Cold War. He said that he wanted to normalize and begin to develop bilateral relations on an equal and mutually beneficial basis with the United States. And the New York Times says that Putin's comments largely reprised the message he gave Mr. Trump in a telephone call soon after the election, when both men agreed that something needed to be done to improve, quote, the absolutely unsatisfactory state of bilateral relations that had been created by Obama and Hillary Clinton. Let's just put that footnote in there for the New York Times since they won't tell you that. They say, in a departure from his speech in recent years, Mr. Putin avoided sarcastic or downright angry comments about the United States, but he also made it clear that Russia demanded to be treated with respect as a global power, not as a regional power that Mr. Obama described it in 2004, which infuriated Moscow. See, even the rhetoric was inflammatory that they've done. Now, stay with us. We're going to be right back to talk to Lionel. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, your host, and joining us now is an Emmy award-winning TV, as he puts it, news decoder and legal analyst, Lionel. He's a licensed trial lawyer and a former prosecutor. You can find him on LionelMedia.com as well as on Twitter at Lionel Media is his Twitter handle. And I see him clapping there on the monitor to the music and enjoying the music there. I want to talk to Lionel about what has happened after the election. Of course, we've got a lot of interesting things in the last hour. I don't know if you heard the broadcast, Lionel, but I was talking to the president of European Journalists Association. He's got 61 years of journalism there. He's very concerned about the global push against free speech. You know, we heard Donald Trump say yesterday that there's no global flag, no global currency, no global citizenship, but there is a global pushback against freedom of the press. So I want to get your comments on that. Thank you for joining us, Lionel.
Oh gosh, I haven't spoken with you since the mirror.
That's right.
For lack of a better word. By the way,
the U.S. changed.
I want to tell you something. The music on this show is tremendous. Gypsy Kings. My theme song for years is Nina Morena. So this is from Mosaic. So tell your crew, you'll know why that particular song is my favorite. But look, you know, David, I don't even know where to start with this. And let's just, if I could, just start from something that makes me so thrilled. Donald Trump has acted as the potentiator to a form of psychosis and insanity that was always possible. But just like alcohol potentiates the effects of some drugs and heightens it, Donald Trump has made the world insane. Every aspect, and the mainstream media do not know what to do. Let me just stop for 1 second. What you and Alex and Paul and Leanne and Joe Biggs, I mean, what everybody did was so monumental. What Roger Stone did, what this, it's not even, you know, not that you're the guerrilla force behind it. You replaced the mainstream media. You're now mainstream. They're fringe. And they don't know what to do.
Oh, I think they do. They're trying to push back and say, you guys are fake, and we're going to define what is real and what isn't. I mean, it's amazing. You're going to spend $160 million over 2 years to have the State Department determine what is propaganda and what isn't. I mean, this is taking fake news to an amazing authoritarian level. The attack against the people, as you point out, who worked with Donald Trump, who educated the public about what globalism was about, and who are part of this victory. They want to shut that down. They want to shut down that information.
Well, this is great. Now, first, I don't even know where to start. Fake news. Okay, when they didn't like one particular story that was being advanced, when I say they, I think we know who they are. They either the ruling class or the whoever. They called it a conspiracy theory. Okay, that wore thin because those things kept turning out to be true.
Yeah.
Those conspiracy theories never were fake conspiracy theories. They just said conspiracy theory without specifying false ones versus true ones. So they said, we need something new, some Orwellian, dystopian, vocabulary, some argot, what can we use? Fake news. Rather base, but rather clear. Now, if you look at one of the things which I found, I don't want to go into this, but just to give you an idea, when Pizzagate came up, and again, I don't want to go into that, but I just want to give you an idea of how the BBC came up with a story that said, this is nonsense. Okay, so I guess they give it the F for fake news. This is fake. Now, I wanted to respond with yes, but you were the one who covered up from Jimmy Savile. So I'm going to double back at you. So now you're fake. Okay, let's stop that. Let's use this one. Propaganda.
Yeah.
The Vatican, the Pope Gregory, whatever, from propaganda, the propagation of the truth. Okay, fine. Propaganda means something that is not true, because if propaganda is the truth, we don't call it propaganda. We say, well, it's the truth. Okay, propaganda means kind of an unwarranted, unspecified, unvalidated form of hyper, support of a particular idea or theory, which is nice, but we just went through an entire election of propaganda. So I don't want to be crude, but the size of these appendages that they have are elephantine. Okay, now, so they don't know what to do. So then they turn around and they say, well, let's scrap it. Let's do this. Let's create a word, create a vector, and then jump on it. Whoever it is, raise your hand. Okay, Washington Post, start off. Trump is a racist. Nah, we can't do that. Why? Well, we've been using that. We've habituated people to that one. Somebody else. New York Times, HuffPost. How about white supremacist? Ooh, I like that. That's got some style to it. Anybody in particular? Steve Bannon. Oh, Bannon. And he's an anti-Semite. No.
Lionel, did you see what CNN did to Alex Jones, putting his face up on the screen and then putting underneath it former KKK leader, and then underneath that lower two-thirds put Alex Jones, InfoWars? I mean, they literally labeled him on the screen as a former KKK leader.
Now, New York Times against Sullivan notwithstanding, and it would be tough. And I know Alex, my God, if this guy sued everybody, he would have a separate division of, he did a law firm just to go after. But
you could go back into practice, yeah.
Oh, well, I still practice now, but that's okay. Yeah. I would need a factory to handle just the paperwork.
Yeah.
But do you understand the absolute, first of all, the genius of that, because Alex and Drudge and others, just when people try to say, oh, these fringe platform people, they don't know what they're conspiracy, they're crazy. You're exploding. So what happens is you're seeing this recalculated, and what's happening is simply this. What Bannon and others know is that when you are at war, and you know the old expression, you can only tell you're over the target when you catch flak. But when your enemy is firing in the wrong direction and aiming at the wrong part, the wrong area, don't correct them. Let them use their ammo up. So if I were Bannon and Trump and everybody else and Kellyanne Conway and you name it, and Alex, let them keep these sorties, these fusillades up, because it's going to habituate people to it. It's going to waste their time while you proceed forward. And what this is there is a subdirectory of this, and that is the informational, the sense of what is reality. In medical school, somebody said one time, a friend of mine who's a doctor said the question they asked was, how do you know what you know? How do you know this? So my question,
it sounds like Rumsfeld.
Yes, right. The knowns and unknowns, and the democracy's messy. And you go to war with the army you have, and those buttes, we laughed at those, didn't we? You know, people dying. So what we're having right now is, David, only a man of your Brobdingnagian intellect can understand this. This is just incredible how complicated a plain old election was. That man hasn't even been sworn in. And what is he do? He has the carrier company stay. This is almost like a Logan Act violation. How does he even negotiate? He's a private citizen. Meanwhile, you've got Obama in these videos who, when Obama doesn't know what to do, two things happen. He stutters profusely, and as a stutterer, I myself can understand that. But also, he becomes very Southern, and he says, "Now what am I supposed to do?" See, he becomes Jerry Clower all of a sudden. Now, what am I doing? Who in the hell can go and tell Carrier or anybody else? Who about it? Well, he did this, and the man doesn't even have any jurisdiction. So we go back to, media central. What do we do, guys? Call it a sellout. A sellout? Yeah, that Trump made concessions. This private citizen made concessions. Okay, fine. Kept them here, saved 1,000 jobs, saved I don't know how much money in lost wages, unemployment. So somehow they're trying to spin that, and took Ronald Reagan 8 weeks to pick, I think, the person in charge of the transition. There's been nobody who has worked this fast, hasn't even taken a vacation.
Yeah, it's amazing, the energy that he has. And now he's doing tours again. That's the amazing thing. Yeah, they can't keep up with his energy, and they're not going to give him a honeymoon. That's for sure. I had Gerald Celente on yesterday. He said, look at all the glowing covers for Obama when he was president-elect, and then look at the immediate attacks on Donald Trump. It's absolutely amazing to look at the contrast between the two.
A couple of things here. If you're a big Godfather fan, when he was at Jean Georges here at Columbus Circle with Mitt Romney and Reince Priebus, you see old Mitten's face? That look of...
Yeah, the picture that's going around Twitter, the social media, that's really fun.
Like Salazzo and McCluskey when Michael came back from the men's room, when that moment of, oh no,
That's
no.
right.
I'm going to get to Louis Clam House here. So that was this amazing moment. Then we even watched today, one of the best things, they have the elevator cam at Trump Tower.
Isn't that funny?
Today, the naked cowboy showed up. And I've been tweeting that Trump picked him as the new Fed chairman. Let's see if it makes that attractive. Look, it could happen. Now, how about this? How about Mad Dog Mattis?
Yeah, that's right. We got a new patent. That's an article that I think we've got up. But he does look like George Patton, doesn't he? And he's got some interesting quotes like George Patton. We're going to be right back and take a quick commercial break. We're talking to Lionel. Lionel Media is his Twitter handle. We'll be right back with Lionel. Thank you. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight. We're talking to Lionel. I was thinking during the break about the stories we've seen the last couple of days, how they're talking about social media being weaponized by the Russians in this election. And I was thinking, really the way they're weaponizing social media, it's interesting, isn't it, how they accuse us of things, and it's the things that they're doing, projecting onto us. I mean, people who are weaponizing social media, the people trying to shut down Breitbart. They're trying to organize a boycott of Breitbart by corporations. And so Breitbart pushed back. But of course, what we've learned the last couple of days is this organization, Kellogg's, that has GMO corn, sugar, palm oil made by child labor. These people who've given $1 million to support Black Lives Matter, Soros organizations like that, they're trying to censor Breitbart. And at the same time, we see the State Department now. We had this vote pass on Wednesday, $160 million over 2 years for the State Department to decide what is true and what isn't. We try to fight that here at InfoWars by funding ourselves independently. We try to give you things that aren't made out of GMO corn, sugar, and palm oil. Things that aren't like Kellogg's sugar. We try to give you stuff that is healthy. And then there's this article. I'm sitting here looking at this article I talked about in the last hour briefly. The Parkinson's could start in the gut. This is a new study from the journal Cell. that says that could overhaul medical research and the treatment of Parkinson's. They say scientists have found the first ever conclusive link between gut microbes and the development of Parkinson's-like movement disorders in mice. It suggests that probiotic or prebiotic therapies have the potential to alleviate the symptoms of the second most common neurodegenerative disease in the United States. So just think about that. Your right to know about your medical treatment. Your right to know the truth about politics, to have an open discussion of these things. These people can shut this stuff down. We fund our operation by giving you high quality products that will help your health, and want to try to keep that information free, both political and medical. So think about that. Take a look at our products that help your gut. Things like Biome Defense, a probiotic. Of course, things like Living Defense and Liver Cleanse, and all these different products that are focused on gut health. We've been telling you for a long time, as Dr. Group has, that's something you really need to focus on. It's a vital part of your nutrition. Just like you want to exercise, you want to have good nutrition, and you need to pay attention, though, to your gut health. And we have a whole slew of products at InfoWarsLife.com that focus on that. Biome Defense is a key one because it provides probiotics, but we also have Vitamin Mineral Fusion Drink Mix back in stock at InfoWarsLife.com. It gives you the essential vitamins, minerals, and amino acids your body needs. It has things like vitamin C, vitamin E, zinc, magnesium, selenium, L-glutamine, folic acid, calcium, many other things. It's all there and an easy to take, great tasting. You get a full month supply in each one of these containers. You can find it at InfoWarsLife.com. A great way to make sure that you're proactive about your health. And then there are specific things that can directly address your gut health as well as your general nutrition level. That's the way we fund this operation. We appreciate your support, and that is what keeps us independent. So we aren't dependent on these multinational corporations that are now trying to shut down freedom of speech. Let's go back to Lionel. Lionel, we were just talking about the media pushback and trying to get a bad thing that Donald Trump saved jobs and he's not even president.
Right.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
You know, you said something just now which made me think of something. What if I told you that you would one day be reading a story, David, in which there would be something in the United States called the Ministry of Truth?
Yeah.
Where because what you just said, the kind of a weird dystopian, Orwellian, the Ministry of Truth.
Yes.
Now,
that's precisely what reading, isn't it, Lionel?
That's precisely
within the State Department and within the NDAA. Isn't that interesting?
Right.
We've seen that before for indefinite detention by the military without trial.
And there doesn't seem to be any kind of alarm system in the part of a lot of Americans, any kind of antibodies to this that arise. Where people go, whoa, wait a minute. What Donald Trump, the first thing, when Donald Trump came along, look, I'd be less than honest with you if I told you that I thought, oh, sure, I knew he'd make it. Yeah, right. Against the Republican machine, Donald Trump? Sure. But what the hell? First thing he did one time was, it got my attention, was he brought up, in essence, the president's provenance, the birth certificate, the birther issue, which of course was brought to you by Hillary Clinton and Mark Penn. And
they were the first ones to put it out there, yeah.
It was their memo. Wait a minute. And whether you want to go through that, it doesn't matter. I thought, whoa, wow. This guy's daring. I like this. I don't care whether he's actually saying something that veers from. And then he talked about vaccines. I thought, I love this. If we can get him to talk about aerosolized nanoparticulates and chemtrails and geoengineering, if we can maybe have him have a permanent subcommittee to reopen 9/11 and that con called The Official Story. Who believes this? Seriously, I don't know anybody.
Hang on, we'll talk more about that when we come back from the break, because we have that clip. I don't know if you've seen it, Lionel, where he talked the day of 9/11. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, and we're talking to Lionel. Just before we went to the break, we were talking about how they're pushing back against Donald Trump. They're pushing back against the media that they believe helped to get the truth out there about globalism. And so they're trying to shut it down. And as Lionel pointed out, it sounds a lot like the Ministry of Truth. That's what they're funding with $160 million. They want the State Department to identify and push back against propaganda. That is, quite frankly, folks, Orwellian by any definition of the word. And I think, Lionel, when we look at this, we also see them pushing back against what Donald Trump did with the carrier program. And I don't think people are making the connection that Barack Obama already gave Carrier $5 million of federal taxpayer money as part of the green program to preserve a green agenda. It didn't keep their jobs here, though. So it's a very different thing. So here he is just talking to them and saying, hey, I think it's going to be in your best interest to stay here. I think the little bit of money that they got was from Indiana, and that money is going to stay there and be multiplied by Carrier's contribution and by the money that is spent by the individuals there. It amounts to $700 per job per year. So those people are going to pay way more than that in taxes staying in Indiana with their jobs. But people are completely ignoring, as they criticize Donald Trump for this, saying, well, you know, we don't want to give people stimulus. He's not necessarily done that. He's just said, we're going to have a regulatory situation here that's going to be to the advantage of companies to do business here in America, to keep their factories here in America. But Obama created a failed program. He had subsidies to Solyndra, but he had a failed program, $2.3 billion. They put in a 48C program, and that was some of the money that went to Carrier, and it had no effect to keep those jobs here.
But you know, let's just stop for just a moment. Here is a guy who, and I can't believe I'm using this term because I hated this during the election, but the optics of this. The optics. Here's an American who said, okay, I voted for you, Donald Trump. You said you were going to look out for me. And by the way, what he just said, David, globalism, see, this is Alex Jones' ease. This is the language of InfoWars. This is what you've been talking about. Because I've asked people before, and they've told me, what the hell's wrong with globalism? I said, no, we're not talking about we are the world, and I like to teach the world. I said, no, kumbaya. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a unipolar, basically a dissolution of jurisdiction, and a one massive new world. All right, fine.
But by the way that he put it, Lionel, he talked about the sovereignty issues, and he said a global flag, a global currency, a global citizenship. That's what we always say, sovereignty. But the genius of Donald Trump is that he puts it in those terms that everybody can understand. Hey, you're talking about the flag, the money, and the citizenship, and that's what we're talking about when we say sovereignty. But he unpacked it.
And did he, David? Did he make an appointment to Bilderberg? I don't think I saw him.
That's right.
He might be the owner. Maybe he did. I don't know.
I don't think he's been there. Yeah.
I would have loved to have heard that one. It's like, hey, that's what I say to you guys. But so here's what happened. So he came along and said, I'm going to do things my way. Barack Obama was this nobody, nondescript little community organizer, make him a state senator, fast track him to U.S. senator, and now he's like, just hand him the legislation, hand it to him, whatever it is. He went to war, drones, this, globalism, war, I mean, just name it, and he just did it, and he said, I'm a good soldier, and he's moving on. Okay, he's just moving on, but created such a feeling in so many people like, isn't he a good-looking guy? Isn't he a nice man? No, he's not a nice man. So here comes Trump, and he says, I am a billionaire. You can't buy me. I'm going to pick Wilbur Ross. I'm going to pick people who actually are in their 70s. They've made everything you could possibly do. They want to leave a legacy. And they're going to find something wrong with it. So anyway, so here's what I wish he would do next. Reopen that horrible 9/11 committee, which everybody knows is just a joke. I mean, what do we have to fear? I mean, just the truth. Just tell us what happened. And if ever there was anybody who would take on these issues, which mean so much to us. In fact, you were alluding to this before. This video that was propped up and got for YouTube of basically Donald Trump evaluating the official story of 9/11 and applying his own particular knowledge of architecture and structural engineering and saying, you know, this story, as we say in the South, that dog don't hunt.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely.
But he came along, and while Hillary Clinton, who basically her campaign was this, it's mine. I'm entitled to it. Give me the damn presidency. I don't want to. I'm not going to go to Youngstown. I'm not going to do shit.
Yeah, she was entitled. It was a sense of entitlement. It was a sense of privilege. It was amazing. And you know, Lionel, when we look at this, I've got a special report from Alex Jones on some critical information I'm going to cut to, and we'll come back to this. But they spent the longest time, the 9/11 Commission said, we want these pages, these 28 pages about the Saudis to go out, and they couldn't get anything done. The people who ran the commission couldn't get it declassified until Donald Trump came out and started talking about it. Say, hey, where are those pages? And then what happened? That not only went out, but then they got the bill passed for compensation for the victims that's been held up by 15 years. Now what do we see? We see Lindsey Graham and John McCain saying, oh, wait a minute, trying to eviscerate that by putting in, they really didn't know anything that was happening. The same type of excuse we saw Comey do for Hillary. I want to talk to you more about this 9/11 thing and where we could go with that. But first, we got a critical report from Alex Jones. Let's go to that report right now.
I am asking listeners and viewers who are tuning in to us, not just here in the United States, but all over the world, to please listen to me very, very carefully. I know we cover a lot of incredibly important information here, but what I'm about to hit is paramount. Now, some of this you would have heard before from me, but most of it is brand new. Now, it is not prophecy that we're being proven right, that worldwide, from Communist China to the EU to the United States, globalists, corporations, and their operatives in government are openly calling for censoring the people of the planet that criticize globalism, unelected corporate rule. We are having devastating victories all over the planet, and they are scared. They admit their own publications. And again, they're so arrogant, they think you're stupid. They think we're stupid. They think we don't even read these, where they admit planetary government dumbing us down, controlling us. The WikiLeaks say keep us desperate, keep us in the dark, keep us poor. I mean, we know, okay, guys? We know how evil you are. We understand your ideology. We understand you can't compete with Americanism. But we now know their attack plan 3 weeks after Trump's devastating victory, where he won with such a massive landslide that they were unable to steal it, folks. He probably won by 65% of the vote. I'm serious. I mean, that's what internal polls were showing, was him 15, 20 points ahead. She had crowds of 300. He had crowds of 30,000 on average. It's incredible. She stole 5 states. That's been confirmed. Millions of illegals voting, millions of dead people, 20-something million dead people on the rolls. I mean, this is over the top. We got the Democratic operatives all come admitting election fraud. Now they were already doing it. And then Anderson Cooper gets up on CNN and says no evidence 3 times in a row. I mean, what a joke, buddy. People hate you. They wouldn't believe anything you told them. If you walked out at high noon and said the sun was frickin' yellow, they wouldn't believe it coming out of your little snot nose. So sick, you blue blood bastards. Excuse me. Now, we are looking at the enemy plan now. And I go back to Matt Drudge now over a year ago, giving us the exclusive interview. It's come out of nowhere because you know the Supreme Court justice and others. I'm not at liberty to give you all the details, but I made phone calls and confirmed it with other people. Not that meeting, but others like it. That everybody was told it's over in 2016. We're bringing in a dictatorship. We're getting rid of the Republican Party. You better give up. There's nothing you can do. We're getting rid of free speech. We're going to start arresting people we don't agree with. We're going to take the frickin' guns. Your kids belong to the state. Most of this you saw in the news. But the intelligence agencies, who aren't perfect, they do the hanging, though. They sat there and said, it's all true. You're going to end freedom in Europe and the United States. The communist Chinese are going to oversee censorship of the web, which is now in the news. Drudge learned this a year ago. I learned this a year ago, that they were going forward with it. The intelligence agencies leaked the hell out of the truth. Patriots like you, every race, color, and creed, spread the word. Absolutely, foreign governments and others, from Iceland to Greece to Russia, are fighting the same globalists, so they joined us. But it wasn't propaganda, it wasn't lies, it was humanity organized independently as organic human intelligence resisting the technocracy of these inbred, out-of-control globalists. So history is happening. So now, 3 weeks and a couple days into the giant Trump victory, as he moves forward with Americanism on globalism, a two-way fair street, not a win-lose system, we are now striking. As David and I reported earlier, the House has passed, it's going to the Senate, $170 million to open a new domestic press control Operation Mockingbird Part 2 system to, quote, identify fake news and have it banned. If you think Google's starting to ban us off Chrome and Breitbart's getting delisted, all this is happening off a few fake lists put out by anonymous groups that Google picked up, wait till the State Department issues one. Now, I've got a counter plan against it, but we knew it was coming. Now, if you add all this on top of each other, they've got Kellogg's coming out saying that they're going to pull their web sponsorship from anybody out there. Big frickin' deal. Now they're going to have a, quote, coalition. Good. List the hundreds of groups that we already know are funding radical jihadi groups and Black Lives Matter groups and other Ford Foundation destabilization groups. Show us the corporations that are already funding this. We already know them. They fund Mecha. They fund La Raza. They fund BLM. This has always been the plan to finally bring the country down. Not to empower these people, but to bring us down. So thank you for proving everything I've warned people about for decades. But I got it all from the Senator Frank Church Committee meetings in the 1970s, 76, 77, 78. I interviewed Anthony frickin' Sutton, the top congressional expert. This was a battle plan in the 50s, okay? Because Henry Ford and others were so bad that I guess Hitler lost. Okay, I mean, folks, learn your damn history. Excuse me. So we're sitting here facing all of this right now, and America was about to be basically executed. It was about to be over, barring civil insurrection. And so balance was restored. Okay, and we got a beachhead back in Washington, and they are flipping out, redoubling their race baiting efforts, going completely crazy. So we didn't start this. We have to get on the offense and boycott Kellogg's and boycott any of these globalist companies. Miller Brewing. I mean, folks, you go down the list of these. You can go to who funds Black Lives Matter, Mecha, La Raza, you name it. Kellogg's gave them $1 million. Soros has given them $500 million. Ford Foundation, $300 million. Go look it up. These are the dedicated groups sworn to bring fascism to America and to use race baiting and reverse colonialism to bring us down. Okay, you have to understand, it's called liberation theology. None of this is my opinion. This is absolute historical fact. So, you see Twitter, you see Facebook, you see Google, all banning people everywhere for no reason. People post American flags and American eagles on Twitter. It's being banned. That's on Infowars.com today. They are training you for the massive censorship and the control. So how do we counter this? Well, we have President Trump, even though the Senate's dumb enough to pass this, as soon as he gets in, kills the State Department with a whole new office, hatching all these new bureaucracies and all these agents to come out our substance, aka the Declaration of Independence warned of. He needs to shut that down, and hundreds of other little sub-agencies that, like cancers, are metastasizing. We need to boycott Kellogg's. And I'm calling for everybody. I want an official tweet. I'm putting it out. I'm going to really push to boycott all these companies. We're going to put a list together for next week of the companies to boycott. We're also going to issue our own list of fake news with HUMAD, and the people are going to overpower this Grendel and rip its political arms out by the sockets. It's already happening. You want a war? Believe me, you got one, scum. Thank you for showing us just how authoritarian you are. Assange, after 40 days missing, has now finally resurfaced. Thank God. He has been under house arrest. They weren't letting him talk to media. That's now coming out. He's got to be careful what he says. But I knew something was going on. And he says, listen, the new bombshell is Merkel and the EU super army to take over countries inside the Euro. They try to leave peacefully, which never even voted to enter it. See? This is global corporate dictatorship through the EU, through the Asian Union, through the North American Union, through the Atlantic Treaty and the TPP that work the three parts together. Epic history is happening right now. So all of that is unfolded. So, ladies and gentlemen, my main point is this. I heard David Knight talking about this calmly, doing a great job as a gentleman. I thought about myself talking about it gentlemanly the last few days. And I just thought to myself, why are you successful, Alex? Because you genuinely get people out of their trance, because you're out of your trance, and you're upset and angry about multinationals coming in to shut down your free speech. That's why I've been successful. That's why we've been able to take action. That's why we're changing the world. We have to get really pissed and not just think everything's okay now that Trump's in. We have to block these type of bizarre agencies that come out and decide that we're going to have state-run controlled media, which Obama talked about in these speeches he gave last week. Hell, Rolling Stone's calling for it. Pathetic, collapsing media wants to shut us down. This is a great honor. But if we don't resist it, they will end up shutting us down and then Katie bar the door. Now, in a moment, I'm going to play a clip from Democratic House member Emanuel Cleaver on, again, one of the establishment brainwashing channels, saying, listen, the Democrats are in total disarray. We're going to lose this party. It's dying. Yeah, you lost 13 Senate seats, a whole bunch of House seats, 30-something House seats, 900 legislative seats, the record number of gubernatorial seats. People can pull the numbers up for themselves. It's staggering. I'm going from memory teleprompter free. But one of the biggest sweeps in history. Trump has the trifecta, the legislative, the executive, and the judicial, but a limited window. This is biblical what's happening. I'll play this clip of him in a moment and then go back to Lionel and back to David Knight here on live transmission. And they can obviously debate this and discuss this, but I'm going to be listening to get their take. But you have to understand, folks, that they knew they were dying. They know all they've got is race baiting. Trump with Americanism wants to bring prosperity to everybody and bring us together. This is the antidote to globalism worldwide that uses racial strife and divide and conquer to control everybody. So here he is saying they're on their deathbed. They're imploding. And if the Republican establishment fights against Trump, it's going to be their political deathbed as well. We have to rout these people now forever and restore our republic, and we can save the planet. But we have to believe in it. We have to know how big the stakes are, and we have to realize that the enemy has never been weaker, but has also never been stronger, because now they're completely desperate and not as arrogant as they used to be. So here's the clip of the congressman telling the truth, desperately trying to get them to reorganize a strategy. They can't. They follow the race bait, divide and conquer, grand game, balkanization program that the British used all over the world in the British Empire, but in Modern 2.0, Ford Foundation, and Carnegie Endowment. So if people want to understand the battle plan, get this information out to everybody. I've laid out all the names, all the terms, all the facts the enemies are. Here is the clip of them on their political deathbed, and then back to David Knight, and of course, Lionel, who's a constitutional lawyer, to break all of this down straight ahead. And then Paul Watson's coming up in the next hour. Stay with us. I'm Alex Jones. Thank you for supporting this broadcast. Spread these links like your lives depend on it, because this is the absolute battle of Americanism versus globalism.
To President Obama, the real reason Democrats lost the election, Fox News, apparently in an interview with Rolling Stone, he says, I think part of it has to do with our ability, our failure to reach those voters effectively. Part of it is Fox News in every bar and restaurant in big chunks of the country.
You know, it's sad that the president doesn't want the people to know the truth. He said this several years ago when he said, just stop watching Fox News. Yeah. He does not want the people to know the truth, and quite honestly, even by its own admission, CNN has been telling half truths. They've been giving distorted information, and that's what the president doesn't want. If there had been CNN stations in all of these places he claims to have seen, he would have been okay with it.
Yeah, amazing. What are your comments there, Lionel? You know, it's not the economy. It's not the identity politics that have failed. And I said at Election Day, I said, I hope that with the defeat of Hillary Clinton, identity politics becomes as out of fashion as her pantsuits. But it's not those two things. No, it's Fox News. And he doesn't even get specific about what he doesn't like about Fox News. He just attacks them as an entity. That seems to be the strategy.
See, that's the most stupid thing in the world that anybody could do. What I would have done, and I suggested him, but I would have never mentioned Fox News. Never. Yeah. I would have said something like this. I would have said, one of the things that's so important about a republic, not a democracy, but a republic, is to appreciate sometimes change and novelty. And sometimes when people are used to a situation, used to a certain degree of living and peace and prosperity, sometimes they figure, you know what, let's just change things. I would have made the election seem almost like an anomaly. Like a bunch of crazy kids deciding, oh, let's take a new route home tonight. Let's try a new kind of cologne. I would have minimized and trivialized the Trump experiment. I would have said, I would have placated Trump. I would have said, there, you know, it's wonderful. And one thing I'll tell you that I've learned, Mr. Trump, we wish you the best. Because when you sit in this office, you're going to find out just, there's an old expression and there's a Sicilian phrase, dal dire al fare c'è di mezzo il mare. From saying into doing, there's the sea in between. And Mr. Trump, you're going to find yourself in the sea. I would have made it sound like parenthetically, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing. I would have never, ever mentioned Fox. In fact, I would have said I laud people like David Knight and Alex Jones for their little attempts at news. Good for them. You know, I would have
been condescending. Exactly. Yeah.
Condescending. I would have made a change. Like, this is some weird experiment. Hey, look, you want to change some stuff? Go ahead. But I got to tell you something which is really, really important right now. And this is it. And I want everybody to do this. And I'm speaking just for me, not for you. Let us lose the idea of party. Lose the idea of party and who's in, who's on chairman. I don't care. Damn, I'm a chairman. I'm a political atheist. I'm making a black belt in realpolitik. I am not into this stuff. Ask yourself very simply this. What is it that matters to you? Now, if somebody decides to come up with a plan that works with your particular worldview, terrific. It may not be Republican, it may not be Democrat, but Hillary Clinton, let's just go back. The reason why she lost is very simple. Number one, she was breathtakingly incoherent. Number two, she was gravely ill. In fact, the Washington Post today had a reference to the fact that the deep, dark recesses of the internet decided to propagate these lies about her sickness. Where in the hell did that come from? Then she was probably, and I was asking people, one of the most vile and corrupt politicians and candidates, because, you know, we always know, yeah, there's money involved, but I was trying to think who in our relatively recent history compares to her, and I thought Warren Harding. Warren Harding is the only person I can think of in the 20s, because say what you want about Nixon or Johnson, even with Bobby Baker, yeah, buddy was a part of it, but it was ideology that motivated her. She was nothing but money. Then you had the Clinton Foundation, the CGI, Chai. You also have that, which, by the way, is not going away.
But you know what, Lionel? There was one other thing she didn't have, and that was a strategy or a plan. Everybody was saying Trump has got some really clear strategies and plans. I want to play for you really quickly here a clip from Representative Clear, and he admits Democrats don't have a strategy or a plan still. Let's play a quick clip and get your reaction to that.
Sure. What would the cost have been? You mentioned the cost would have been too high. What would those costs have been?
Well, first of all, if we had elected new leaders to come in, they would have been elected yesterday, and they would have had hardly any time to do anything except move into a new office. At the present time, I've got to say we have no strategy and we have no plan. But at least we have some proven leadership that can, take us into what's going to be a new era. But think about this: we cannot have as our plan to go to the floor for the next 2 years only to hit the ceiling. That's not a plan. That's not a strategy. And that would have been pretty much all we would have had if we had changed leaders abruptly. I do think it is time for us to bring in younger people in leadership. In fact, if we don't, I think it will spell the demise of the Democratic caucus if we're not already permanently in a state of small.
We should bring in young blood, but just not now.
Not at this time. Not yet.
Hold on, change is coming.
Okay, now, as they're talking about that, of course, the context is he's saying we don't have a strategy or a plan, but we got proven leaders. And they're showing pictures of Nancy Pelosi because she just won re-election as the minority leader. She had 30% of the vote defect away from her. But here's a woman who has been, Speaker of the House and minority leader for how many decades? I don't know. I mean, she's been there forever. She's got no strategy or plan. I mean, how is that a proven leadership? You've got no strategy or plan. You've been there forever, Nancy Pelosi, and you still don't have a plan or a strategy.
The plan was very simple. They were anti-Trump. It's like anti-gravity. They were anti-Trump. They talked about his hair, his steaks, his university, his bankruptcies, his family, the way he looks, his orange skin. And he said, great, you keep that up, and I'm going to forge ahead with a plan and with a strategy.
Politics of personal destruction. That's all they had. That and division. And of course, he talked about that. He said, let's stop focusing on what divides us and talk about what unites us, being Americans, to get our economy working. We're going to be with Lionel in the next section, and then we're going to have in the next hour, Paul Joseph Watson. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, and still with me in this segment, our last segment together, is Lionel. And the next segment, we will have Paul Joseph Watson from London picking up hosting activities here. As we went to break, Lionel, we're talking about how they don't really have a strategy. They don't have a plan. We just saw a Democrat admit that. He says, hey, but we do have a leader that we've had forever. Nancy Pelosi, she's going to be there, but she's got no strategy, no plan. What we have seen, as you pointed out, is politics of personal destruction. We see the politics of division sold as a politics of diversity, but it's really about a division, and it's about diversion, isn't it? It's about pushing things away. I mean, how do you see them recouping from this? They don't seem to have learned anything from this last election.
May I try it this way? By the way, let's think of what we would say. Let's assume, God forbid, they would hire you and me to say, listen, you guys know what you're doing. Help us with the Democratic Party. This is our thought experiment for all of the billions of people around the world watching InfoWars, okay? Here's what I would say. A lie. Just lie. Come up and tell them you have something. Ask what people want. Just go to a mall. Say, what do you care about? Crime, security, my family, taxes, the future, immigration, keep going, drug abuse, throw someone in, pets, I don't care, diet, throw in whatever you want. And then say, Hillary, go up and lie. Just say you're going to tackle it and have something nominal. Don't just say, my website. That was her big thing. Well, if you go to my website, if you go to my website, when she wasn't gravely ill, when she was able to actually speak to people, I wasn't going to AWOL for 200 days. So, and I'm not kidding. I would have lied. I would have said, well, I'm going to say something. I'm going to say what I'm going to do about it. Name it. What happened was there was this sense of entitlement. When I was a prosecutor, I used to run into every now and then these people who thought they were bulletproof and invisible. Seriously, there were like bank robbers who would walk in. I'm saying, you again? Why did you do this? Why did you go to the place where they knew you? Because I got away with it once, and I did it twice, and I did it again, and I felt like maybe I'm just invisible. Because she had been told for so long, Hillary, this is your time. Hillary, how do you think she could have squirreled all that money away? How do you think she could have basically bamboozled people with forcing them to donate to the Clinton Foundation and pay $250,000 for her speeches? Because she was so good at saying, no, Mr. Knight, you understand something. I'm going to be the president. I'm not going to be indicted. It ain't going to happen. And Bernie, you can do all your stuff with all your millennials, and Trump, and I don't give a damn what. You might as well just give me the crown now, because I have news for you. I'm on a fast track to the presidency. I mean, the Pope.
Well, it was a rigged system.
The Vatican can't do this.
It was a rigged system, and she knew it. She had the DNC rigged for her. She had the media rigging it for her, feeding her answers in the background and everything. I think you were onto something. She could have gone out and asked people, "What are you concerned about?" And she could have lied to them and said, "I share your concerns. I'm going to do this and that." But instead, she just ignored, didn't even pretend to care what the people wanted. It was all about her own personal privilege and entitlement.
And I would have also told you, if you were, God forbid, David, let's say you were Hillary Clinton, and I'd say, whoa, Mr. Knight, come here for a second. Listen, don't say anything about forcing Trump to agree to accept the results of the election, because, Mr. Knight, I know this may be hard for you to believe, but you may not win. Yeah. And we may have to, I know it sounds crazy. I know I'm crazy to even suggest that. I'm out of my mind. I've been hitting it pretty hard, but don't say that. No,
she did the rope that she hung herself with, didn't she?
Then, right, and then what happened was, whenever there was this guy, this man who basically asked people and said so plainly, I'm going to tear up TPP. I'm going to get your. I thought, you know what? If you can do it, great. But damn it, it's a plan.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
he had a strategy. He had a plan. Yeah, thank you so much. We're talking LionelMedia.com, and you can find him on Twitter at Lionel Media. Thank you, Lionel. Coming up, Paul Joseph Watson.
Thank you.
We're live for the fourth hour of the Alex Jones Show on this Friday edition, and it's been another week of hurt losers trying to overturn election results, trying to overturn democratic referendums. We've got yet another example of that today with Brexit, which I'm going to get onto. Absolutely sick of talking about it at this point. It was in June. We're now 5 months later, nearly 6 months later. There's still no actual date on when Article 50 will be triggered and that Brexit, the whole process, will begin. No date set whatsoever. They're still putting in roadblocks. They're still trying to get a second referendum. They're hailing inconsequential by-election results in Remain strongholds and hailing them as a sea change in the national sentiment. Absolute, complete BS. But BBC News, Sky News is regurgitating it without question, as you would expect. Meanwhile, Jill Stein, the political failure who got about 1% of the vote and who nobody cares about, who her own Green Party has now publicly abandoned her, she's still carrying on with her useless, pointless recount, which has no other purpose than trying to prevent Donald Trump from winning the election fairly, legitimately, trying to derail his credibility as he heads towards the inauguration. Well, the Wisconsin recount has started, and in one county, they tallied up the votes once again. Hillary Clinton finished up with one extra vote. That's right, one extra vote. I think they tallied it up and they said the vote would have to continue for about another 70 years at the same course for Hillary Clinton to overturn Donald Trump's margin of victory, just in Wisconsin alone. So maybe they can keep this for 70 years. Maybe that's long enough for them to overturn it. And, you know, they'll probably be happy to do that because, God forbid, they would accept the fair result of a democratic election. That's not what the Democratic Party is all about. A Michigan attorney, the Attorney General, has filed a lawsuit to halt the recount. There's Michigan Attorney General Bill Schotter filed a lawsuit to stop the recount there, a move that came hours after Trump attorneys had filed a complaint to block the proceedings. So, you know, it's going to be harder for them to do it in Michigan. It's going to be even harder for them to do it in Pennsylvania. But they're dang well gonna try because they hate democracy. They're sore losers, and they're not gonna give it up easily. In fact, we had the story yesterday. You've got electors now reportedly planning, scheming, a coalition of them to vote against the will of the residents of their own state. So in states that Trump won, these electors on December 19th are not going to vote for him. The question is, how many are going to do that? We saw a report out of Texas where one elector says he's not going to vote for Trump because of biblical reasons, whatever the hell that means. I mean, Christians slaughtered in the Middle East on a daily basis. Trump says he wants to do something about that. Somehow that's un-Christian. God knows how that works. He's not going to vote for Trump. We've got reports of other electors that are getting together again in a coalition and saying that they're not going to vote for Trump on December 19th. Is it 15? Is it less than 15? Are there two groups of electors, one of 15, one of 9, 10, 11, 12? Because they haven't gone public. Now it's about, what, 2.5, 3 weeks before the Electoral College meets. Will one of them go public? Because you can bet your bottom dollar that when he or she does, they will get endless media attention, as many interviews as they need on all the major networks to then try and convince other electors to vote their conscience. In other words, to vote against tens of millions of American people who voted for Donald Trump in a fair election. They will get all the media attention they need, which will then serve, perhaps, to convince other electors to do the same. Is it likely to happen? No. It's a complete long shot. It's a Hail Mary, but again, it illustrates the complete desperation of Democrats, of leftists, and the severity of the butthurt, the sore losers who whined for weeks about us not accepting the results of the election. Oh, the right-wingers are going to go out and riot if they lose this election. Who went out and rioted? Oh, it was you. Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. He refuses to accept the election result. 1 week after the election result, oh, look, Hillary Clinton's involved in this recount. What a surprise. So we've got Hillary ahead by one vote. They found one vote for her. Obviously didn't fill in enough blank ballots there, Hillary. They found one extra vote for Hillary Clinton in this Wisconsin Menominee County. 17 extra votes for Jill Stein, 12 for Libertarian Gary Johnson again. I think the estimate was this vote would have to go on for 70 odd years at that rate for Hillary Clinton to overturn Donald Trump's margin of victory. We have a petition, which is the most popular petition ever, that calls to install Hillary Clinton as president It's entitled Make Hillary Clinton President, posted at change.org. Now has a total of over 4.6 million signatories at the time of writing, making it the most popular petition in the website's history. It's a shame that all the idiots who signed that petition were too lazy to get off their butts and vote 3 weeks ago, isn't it? Yeah, actually leaving the house and filling in a piece of paper, that was too much for them in their weed-addled stupor, but they can click a few buttons and sign a petition on the internet and think that that has some kind of weight or importance. It doesn't. The same person probably signed it thousands of times. Remember the second referendum petitions after Brexit, where they had millions of people sign those? Turned out that the majority of signatures were from people living in foreign countries who could have never voted for Brexit in the first place. But they think that having a petition on change.org has some kind of weight or importance. It doesn't. The American Mirror reports Obama worshippers chant 4 more years at White House Christmas tree lighting. There's only 48 days more for Obama to chant admiration for their dear leader. They made the most of it as President Obama and his family lit the national Christmas tree outside the White House last night. Attendees could be heard chanting 4 more years during the ceremony. Again, if you put a referendum to these people, asking them if they wanted Obama to be a lifetime dictator like Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un, the vast majority of them would sign it. And they still call themselves Democrats. Oh, the irony. But Brexit, basically, there was a by-election. The results were announced this morning. Now, bearing in mind, they had a High Court ruling which said that the government had to pass a parliamentary vote before Brexit could be triggered. That's not what the referendum said. And that those judges were all corrupt EU sycophants and lackeys. The same thing is going to happen with the Supreme Court judgment here in a couple of days' time. So they had that already going on in the background. So they had a by-election in an area of London called Richmond, which voted 70% Remain. And a candidate who won with less than 50% of the vote supported Remain. So then all the media came out and said that this was a stunning repudiation of Brexit sentiment across the country. Okay, so an area in which 70% of the population voted Remain votes for somebody who gets less than 50% of the vote, and that represents the entirety of the country, and how it suddenly changed their mind on Brexit. Give me a break. Okay, Sky News, which is worse than the BBC in many aspects. They lie consistently about Brexit. Lib Dems vow to fight hard Brexit after Richmond by-election win. The Liberal Democrats have vowed to fight against a hard Brexit in the aftermath of the party's stunning victory. It was absolutely stunning. It was like 20,000 votes. Oh my God. Compared to 17.4 million British people who voted for Brexit. Yet they're saying that this is a stunning victory. It's a mass sea change in the entire sentiment of the country. So this MP called Sarah Olney, who then later gave a radio interview in which she walked off because she had zero knowledge of the EU, of the actual issues relating to the referendum. She won a by-election and then got on the media and said that this result paved the way for Parliament to, quote, override the EU referendum result. Isn't that ironic that she's a member of the Liberal Democrats, keyword being Democrats, and she's on the media talking about overriding the democratic will of the British people? Give me strength. But again, this is monumental. You know, 20,000 people voted for her. And again, where's the second vote, right? This is the same woman who called for a second referendum immediately after Brexit. Now, these people were low information who voted in Richmond. They were swayed, they were deluded by lies from extreme left-wing propaganda outlets like The Guardian. So I think it's only fair that we have a second vote. I mean, who would oppose that? Only people who hate democracy would oppose that. Only intolerant bigots would oppose that. So she walked off this interview. Again, it's a Remain area No surprise whatsoever, yet the media is hailing it as this massive sea change in the sentiment of the country. Such BS. How on earth is that a reversal of Brexit sentiment when the people in the area voted 70% for Brexit? Oh, and by the way, those are the same people who lectured the rest of the country about how intolerant and bigoted they were because of anti-mass immigration. This is literally the white area of London. So they preach all about the virtues, the wonders of mass immigration, while choosing to live in the whitest area possible. And that is the root of their hypocrisy. We'll be back on the Alex Jones Show live. Don't go away. We're back on the Alex Jones Show live. So basically we have a conservative populist revolution sweeping Europe, sweeping the West, illustrated by the success of Donald Trump, illustrated by the fact that François Hollande, the socialist French president who has completely ruined that country, basically turned it into one giant Islamic ghetto, now has 4% approval rating, is so despised in France that for the first time ever in the history of the Fifth Republic of France, the sitting president is not going to run for re-election because he's that unpopular. He's wrecked the country to such a degree that he has no chance whatsoever of winning. So then they've got this Fillon candidate in there who's basically all talk and no action. He says he's going to take on radical Islam. No actual policy on how to do that. Obviously a ringer to try and distract from, to try and derail the success of Marine Le Pen. We've got a situation over in Italy where they have a huge repudiation of the government coming up if polls are to be believed on Sunday. Again, they fear it could destroy the European Union, like that's a bad thing. So we have this conservative populist revolution sweeping Europe. And in the UK, they have one by-election victory because the Conservative member stood down from the Conservative Party and ran as an independent, Zach Goldsmith, who specializes in losing elections. They win this election. About 20,000 people vote for this Liberal Democrat who wants to override the democratic will of the British people. And the media comes out and says it's a historic moment for the country. One little area that voted 70% Remain in the first place votes as you would expect for this Remain candidate, but it's a stunning rejection of Brexit. The media is literally telling British people that 20,000 posh lefties in Richmond represent the country better than 17.4 million Brexit voters. Absolutely insane level of propaganda, but you're never going to hear a word against it because we don't have a real media in this country that isn't completely biased and left-wing. Sky News feigns as if it's right of the BBC. It's even worse than the BBC. There's no news station like Fox News, which isn't brilliant, but at least it's something. There's absolutely nothing like that in the United Kingdom, and people just don't hear this kind of information. The Telegraph reports top EU official claims shock result is a win for Remain, as Ian Duncan Smith tells him to mind his own bloody business. This is Guy Verhofstadt, the rat-faced, unelected bureaucrat, former commie, who sits in the EU, is now sticking his nose into British by-elections, gloating about how this is such a massive victory. Bill Davis, another Conservative MP, said, "I'm happy for them to make this result a referendum on the EU. As the EU referendum, over 70% voted for Remain. At this by-election, the Lib Dems got less than 50%. Seems like a big swing from Remain to Leave." So again, they got 20% less of the vote than they did for Remain in this same area. But these unelected rat-faced commie bureaucrats in the EU are hailing it as a repudiation exit. Well, it's anything but. So again, you've got that going on. You have a situation in Canada where their taxpayer-funded news network, CBC, has produced what can only be described as an absolutely bizarre, racist video. This is out of Information Liberation. Canadian state TV hails beige horizon with no white people. Imagine if a taxpayer-funded news network, television network, came out with a rap video hailing the extinction of black people. I mean, how would that fly? Yet the CBC has produced a bizarre music video hailing an inevitable future where white people are made extinct. Actually use racist terms like Mexi Jews, Chonkies, and Wiener Schnitzels while attacking Donald Trump and Stephen Bannon as racist for their perceived relationship with the alt-right. So again, these are the people who celebrate diversity, yet in the very lyrics of this racist rap song, they say they're looking forward to the day where everyone looks the same. Really? That's diversity, is it? Everyone looking the same? I suppose they all have the same opinions too. Because you won't tolerate diversity of opinion, will you? Again, this was on YouTube. It got 16,000 downvotes compared to just 82 upvotes. And the comments were so vitriolic, they had to disable the comments. One of the comments said, the video highlighted a contradiction with the idea that race doesn't exist, but white people alone need to die. So again, it's this idea that the last acceptable form of racism is racism against white people. We're all for diversity, apart from white people. They all need to die. That is CBC. We'll be back on the Alex Jones Show. Don't go away.
My friends, Alex Jones here with one final message for this Friday worldwide broadcast, and it's this. I'm very thankful for this audience. I'm very thankful for the great crew and people like Paul Watson. I am very thankful to your prayers and support, and I'm very thankful to our founders who laid down the right of free speech and the right to assemble, the right of private property, and of course, the right to not just defend ourselves with free speech, but also defend ourselves physically as a last resort. And of course, they didn't give us those rights. They simply laid out some of the basic known rights under common law and under natural law and common sense. And we need to see a return to that. But the reason I wanted to add this addendum, earlier I discussed the fact that we have to now boycott Kellogg's and every other globalist organization that is currently funding the end of free press in this country while funding radical terrorist groups that are out killing police officers. This is a foreign takeover. That is not rhetoric. This is really happening. And there's one other big piece I didn't get to dealing with this congressional funding that passed the House for $170 million for a domestic news control system that Operation Mockingbird by the CIA pale in significance. And that's that we also have Yahoo coming out. I've seen other publications saying this, that they have to start indoctrinating children in school against fake news. Yeah, you probably tell us there's no such thing as the Bilderberg Group, or that Obamacare is free, or that Trump's going to lose the election without some fake polls. This really is the dying gasp of these people, but they could lash out and really hurt us. That's why I'm saying everybody's done a great job, but you've got to intensify what you're doing. And if you're black, you got to reach out to folks that are white and Hispanic. If you're white, you got to do vice versa, Hispanic, vice versa. They are just sowing seeds of such division and such pain and such mental illness in a desperate attempt to keep us from discovering true free market that is so much better than globalism and total enslavement. But man, when you're talking about openly state-run media, we already know from WikiLeaks that CNN, ABC, CBS, MSNBC are basically state-run. But now it's going to be so much worse with them openly coordinating, and Obama calling for state funding in Rolling Stone earlier this week to run state-run media. I mean, this is so classically dangerous and authoritarian. And so that's why it's so important that everybody realize that we have a case of political cancer, and so does Europe, and we have to get rid of these arrogant, unelected, out-of-control organizations. It is so imperative. I want to get Paul Watson's take on this as he goes on to other news today, and of course the other great hosts that have done a great job of roundtabling, like David Knight, Lionel, and so many others. And then, of course, I'll be back this Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Again, Lord willing, because in days like this, who knows? That's why I want to thank you all for your support over the years, and just want to ask you to intensify your support, spreading the videos, the articles, purchase the products, supporting our sponsors, because this is an all-out war. And it's not exhausting to fight this war. It's animating. It's exciting. Wild horses cannot drag me away. And so, again, I salute you all. I thank you, and I love you all. Alex Jones, signing off for Infowars.com.
And Alex mentioned there a headline, which we've got up on Infowars.com. Yahoo News columnist wants schools to indoctrinate kids to trust mainstream media. This is the solution to fake news, or in other words, the fact that we're kicking their butt on every single front, winning the info war, as Hillary Clinton lamented years ago. With trust in mainstream media outlets plunging to historic lows, a Yahoo News columnist has an ingenious idea to restore faith in the MSM. Indoctrinate children in schools to only place confidence in the corporate press. So he wants basically a media literacy class, mandatory in all schools, all high schools, so that youngsters just get a sense of what's real news and what's fake news. Of course, the only news they can trust is the Washington Post, is Yahoo News. Well, what a surprise. Again, how about this? How about instead of labeling everyone who has a different opinion as fake news, how about you stop lying? You know, he uses the example of the Washington Post article, which had this prop or not fake news list, Russian propaganda list. That article has been vehemently debunked and eviscerated by innumerable different news outlets since it came out. They put left-wing news websites on this list that were mildly critical of Hillary Clinton and called it Russian propaganda. That's propaganda right there. That is state propaganda. That is Democratic Party propaganda. You're the fake news. They're the fake news while pointing fingers all day, telling us that we are the fake news. The difference between fake news, which does exist, there are fake news websites that put out fake news to make money. The difference is the most harm that happens with fake news is they make a few advertising dollars. When the mainstream media puts out fake news, hundreds of thousands of people die. Okay? That's the frigging difference. You put out fake news about mobile biological weapons laboratories. You know, Saddam Hussein's drone aircraft that can spray anthrax over wide areas. Complete BS. Colin Powell holding up a vial of anthrax in front of the UN. Complete BS. Saying that Iraq had these mobile weapons labs based on known liars as sources. Okay? That's fake news. You put it out, Washington Post, New York Times, hundreds of thousands of people died. That is the difference. You can talk about Dan Rather. You can talk about Brian Williams. Talk about Hillary Clinton being under, fake sniper fire. Again, that's fake news. That has real consequences. People making a few advertising bucks off some made-up headlines isn't really much of a threat unless you then try and exploit that as the mainstream media, as you've lost all your trust and credibility because you lie and come out with fake news. You can exploit that and use it, again, to blacklist your detractors as fake news along with actual fake news, when in reality it's basically anyone who has a different opinion. Look, I'm still waiting for my check from the Kremlin, but it hasn't arrived yet. I mean, I'm sick of reading how, oh, you're a cook because you don't say that white supremacy is the way to go. You're a cook, you're being controlled by the left, and then the left says, oh, you're a neo-Nazi, you're a bigot. I'm sick of it, okay? We try to tell the truth and we see it. Do we make mistakes? Yes. Do we deliberately create fake headlines and fake stories for advertising dollars? No, we don't need to. We make our own money, and it doesn't come in the form of checks from corrupt governments. Unlike CNN, of course, which takes checks from the corrupt dictatorship of Bahrain to make puff-piece propaganda programs about how great their government is, while they're literally killing protesters on the streets, okay? We don't need that money. We don't take those checks. You do. You're the fake news. Before we get back into the news, I want to tell you about InfoWarsStore.com again. This is how we make money. We don't take checks from George Soros, like Black Lives Matter, like MoveOn.org. This is how we make money. This is how we buy the cameras. This is how we pay tens of thousands in bandwidth costs every week. This is how we pay our staff of writers, of reporters. This is how we become a real news organization that takes on the mainstream media, is by selling vitamin products. Oh, God forbid. So please support us by getting the products at InfoWarsLife.com, where we have vitamin mineral fusion drink. And, just appreciate this because over in the EU, they've basically banned vitamins in any kind of high strength, so you can't even get them anymore. So before, the authoritarians come for this, just appreciate what you can get at InfoWarsLife.com. And this is the affordable and great tasting vitamin mineral fusion drink. It's back in stock. It's loaded with a full month's supply of essential vitamins, minerals, and amino acids that your body needs. The best part is the ingredients in vitamin mineral fusion are either plant-derived or of the highest quality lab standard. We're talking vitamin C, vitamin E, zinc, magnesium, selenium, L-glutamine, folic acid, calcium, and many others. Again, this is a limited run. It won't be there for long. It's available at InfoWarsLife.com. God forbid you would make yourself want to feel a little bit better and improve your health while supporting our network. God forbid you would want to do that. We're so discredited because we sell vitamins. God forbid, shame on us. We don't take checks from corrupt Gulf state dictatorships or billionaire globalist financiers like MoveOn.org, like Media Matters, like Think Progress, but they're so credible, we're fake news. Okay, let's get back into the real news. Again, Brexit is going on. They're trying to sabotage that. It's not happening once again. You've got a corrupt conservative government, many of whom campaigned against Brexit in the first place, now being tasked with carrying it out. Meanwhile, in Ohio earlier this week, we had a terrorist ram innocent people with a vehicle, then get out and start slashing them. It since turned out that, imagine my shock, he was a social justice warrior. That's right. Remember, we had the ISIS manifesto back, I think it was about 6-7 months ago now, where they actually came out and said, this was ISIS in their manifesto. They came out and said, left-wing social justice activists broadly share the same goals as jihadists. So let's take over Europe, recruit them, radicalize them, and arm them to carry out violent terrorist attacks. Because again, social justice warriors and jihadists broadly share the same goals. Not my words, the words of ISIS in their own manifesto. So no surprise that we had that happen again earlier this week at Ohio State University, where it turned out that the terrorist, Mr. Artan, the peace-loving, religion of peace Somali immigrant, was studying microaggressions as part of his university course. Microaggressions is this bizarre branch of political correctness, which basically says a white person smiling at a black person is a microaggression. It's politically incorrect. Again, anything that could be taken as offensive towards any minority whatsoever, any kind of mundane phrase or behavior, that's a microaggression. That's what Mr. Artan, jihadist, was studying right before this attack. The same guy who was whining about Islamophobia and Muslims being mistreated right before the attack. Part of his radicalization process came from his involvement in social justice issues. We now have a direct connection between jihadism and social justice warriors, and it's not the first time this has happened. But Faith Goldy of Rebel Media went to the university, talked to people, and just wait and see what they said. Let's roll this clip.
I'm here at Ohio State University, which has just become the setting of ISIS's most recent terrorist attack on U.S. soil, committed by one Abdul Artan. He's a Somalian refugee. Now, it should be pointed out that this terrorist attack comes just 2 months after another knife terrorist attack in Minnesota that was perpetrated by the son of Somalian refugees. So I figured we'd walk around campus and ask students if they're shaken up by recent events here in their own backyard, or if the occasional terrorist attack is just a small price we have to pay for multiculturalism. Do you feel safe on campus after the attack this week?
Yep.
You do? You call it a terrorist attack?
Depends on what your definition of terrorism is.
According to your definition.
No.
Would you call what happened terrorism?
I don't know what happened yet. I don't know what it's about, and I think we still have a lot to learn about the incident.
ISIS has claimed responsibility.
I do realize that, but that doesn't always mean that's what necessarily happened.
Would you call this terrorism?
I'm not sure. I've been just kind of like keeping updated with the news. I'm not sure if they've confirmed that or denied that.
ISIS claimed responsibility.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Would you call what happened terrorism?
No, I wouldn't. No. I would say misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? Why would you say that?
Because I think it's that person probably experienced a lot of racism, and racism is a traumatic experience. And I hope that people that look like him and who don't look like me feel safe on campus too.
Do you think that it's fair game to bring up his religion?
I mean, I think that it's kind of dangerous to bring up his religion because, like, yeah, he was a Muslim and that, but like that doesn't mean that all Muslims are bad and we should be afraid of all of them.
Do you think it's fair game to bring up the man's religion?
I mean, I think that needs to be separate from the rest of what you're looking at. I think if it's clear that it's a terrorist attack, as far as how it was inspired, then I think you go off of that and not off of religion.
I guess I would say, until we know more what role his religion played in the incident, if any, I think we can stay away from that.
Did you read his Facebook post that he posted right before committing the attack?
Yeah. I think they're ambiguous. I mean, lots of people probably say those same sorts of things, probably hundreds of thousands of people, and don't do terrorist attacks. So I'm not sure that they're related.
Now, do you think that this is just a sort of thing that we're going to have to accept going forward? It's a price to pay for being a multicultural, diverse, and tolerant society?
I mean, yeah, probably. Like, when you're accepting people from all different, like, walks of life, different races and religions, like, there are bad people. Sometimes people are bad. And, like, it's going to happen. It's not because one group is worse than another. It's just because bad people exist.
So you would say that Islam's the same as any other religion?
Yeah. Like, there are radical Christians, and just any religion is going to have extremists. And just because they're Muslim doesn't mean that, suddenly all Muslims are bad.
Who do you think is the bigger victim here, the 11 injured or the Somali community who's lost someone?
Well, obviously, I hate to, put rank victimhood. The people who got hurt, that was terrible. And the good news is I think they're all going to recover. The Somali community, I think a lot of, I feel sorry. We'll know more when we know what happened and what was going on. I hope that they can recover from this as well. I'm sure that, the man's family evidently didn't know anything about this. I'm sure that they felt horrible to lose their son and brother and so forth. So I think, there's a lot of sympathy to go around, I guess.
Are you a student here?
No, I'm a faculty member.
Well, you can chalk it up to ignorance, inhibition, or even indoctrination, but it would seem folks here on the ground at OSU are unwilling to admit to come to terms and cope with the fact that Islamic terrorists have just targeted their own backyard.
So again, the guy wrote a Facebook post saying why he did this. He wanted to kill the infidels. ISIS claimed responsibility, but God forbid you would mention that he was a Muslim, because that has nothing whatsoever to do with it. Of course, what has more to do with it is the fact that America is racist, and that's what made him carry out this attack. In fact, America is so racist that it gave this guy free healthcare, free housing, free education, and food stamps. But that just wasn't quite enough, was it? Still a little bit too much racism towards this individual. And that, according to these students at Ohio State University, justified the attack. This is the insanity that we are up against. We're going to get back into it after the break on the final segment of the Alex Jones Show. Breaking news at Infowars.com. Don't go away. We're back with the final segment of the Alex Jones Show. As you heard before the break again, Islam had nothing to do with the attack at Ohio State University earlier this week. Even though Acker wrote a Facebook post explaining how he wanted to kill the infidels, even though the Islamic State, after the attack, claimed it as their own. But again, it's taboo to even mention the word Islam. And in fact, isn't it America that's to blame for an Islamic radical ramming a car into innocent people and then slashing them? Isn't it Americans that are to blame for that? They were a little bit too racist, didn't give him enough food stamps, didn't give him enough free education, housing, or healthcare. A little bit racist there. And we should be thinking about mean tweets about all the American migrants in the aftermath of this. We should be sympathizing with the terrorist family, really, shouldn't we? not the actual victims of the terrorist attack. Yes, that's what they actually said in that clip. These universities are the breeding grounds for absolute unbridled insanity. And we've kind of eviscerated it in the popular culture to some extent. We've kind of eviscerated it in the media world, but it's still as virulent as ever in these universities. And in fact, the day after this attack, NPR gave a platform to another Somali migrant who basically came out and said that, again, unpleasant tweets and perhaps mean stares were the biggest threat in the aftermath of this attack. Not the fact that these attacks are now happening on a regular basis. You had a Somali American migrant in a mall, I believe it was in Minneapolis, just a few months before this, again, go on a rampage, thankfully shot dead by a responsible person with a gun. This is happening more and more frequently, but they're now saying that it's racist to even mention any connection whatsoever to Islam, while the attacker makes Facebook posts about how it's driven by Islam, and while the Islamic State claims responsibility. Meanwhile, you've got a group which has come out with basically a propaganda ad that says, it's time we all take a stand against hate. It's time we all spread love. Basically, again, blaming this attack on the intolerance of Americans. Well, I would argue that stabbing a bunch of people for not believing the same thing of you is the very definition of hatred, and really that's what we should be worried about. FBI says San Bernardino terrorists were triggered by Christmas meeting. Now, I heard reports about this at the time of the San Bernardino attack last year. Now it's being confirmed. Again, the attackers, Tashfeen Malik, was ordered, along with Farouk, to attend a Christmas meeting. Wasn't even a Christmas party, just a Christmas meeting of fellow county employees in front of a Christmas tree in a conference room. That is what triggered them to plan this massacre. I guess the solution to that, if you ask the students there at Ohio State University, would be just to ban Christmas, right? Well, that's happening at other universities. Campus Reform reports no religious icons during Christmas. Colleges tell students. They're basically saying you can't have nativity scenes, you can't have anything related to Christianity. No crosses, no Bibles, no Jesus. You can have bells, you can have winter scenes again, because God forbid somebody might get offended. So again, every year the left proclaims the war on Christmas to be a ludicrous conspiracy theory while declaring war on Christmas. And it's funny, if you go and ask Muslims about this, whether they care, in every instance that I've seen, none of them even care. Who's offended here? Again, it's white lefty liberals being offended on behalf of other people, the bigotry of low expectations. But that's going to wrap it up for the show. Breaking news at Infowars.com. Alex will be back with the Sunday show. That's going to do it for now. Thanks for joining.
Our fellow info warriors across the United States and across the planet really love the Hillary for Prison 2016 shirts that we began to put out in 2015. It became a global meme against globalism and corruption, and a very strong maxim that's now being continued on today. Now, President-elect Trump has come out and said it's not his job as president to call for prosecution. He's not supposed to. But that obviously Jeff Sessions, as new Attorney General, he's confirmed, will certainly carry out his duties. But Roger Stone, a few weeks ago, right after the election, said, Alex, you got to bring Hillary for Prison back. And I said, yeah, but it's a limited edition. It's over. You know, she's been defeated so far. And he said, what about Hillary for Prison 2017? We need those at the inauguration. They're trying to intimidate Trump supporters and nationalists everywhere. That shirt is powerful. It's not just a shirt supporting Trump, like your shirt that says Trump is my president, which we put out before he won, predicting it, putting our name, our guts on the line, but something exposing who the other team was pushing so that people don't forget and so that the push for justice continues. So it's a great way to support the broadcast. It's a great way to have another historic shirt to spread the word and to meet like-minded people who erase color and creed, who bleed red blood and want justice. It's available. It's another limited run. I don't know how long we're going to offer it, but definitely only a few months. It is Hillary for prison 2017. And here's the biggest and best part I almost forgot. This shirt arrived in an 18-wheeler printed right here in the USA a week ago, and I forgot. I've been so busy even talking about the fact it's been in the store. That on the back of the shirt is a design that I worked on with some of our great graphics people. It is George Soros as a goblin. I made a goblin joke a year ago, Trump, saying you better not, actually get in bed with the goblins. He has to work with politicians, but I understand if he has to actually, get knee deep in their political guts, but you just can't get caught in bed with a goblin. So we now have George Soros, the media attacked on this whole goblin meme. They've made huge jokes about it. It's totally blown up in their face. We now have George Soros as a goblin on the back, and it says with a cross through him, an X like Ghostbusters, no Soros, him as a goblin. It says deport Soros on the bottom, and on the top it says InfoWars established 1996. So it is a limited edition, deport Soros on the back, Hillary for prison on the front, right hand shoulder, Infowars.com. It's powerful. It'll get out to everybody you know. Infowarsstore.com, call 888-253-3139. So to all fellow liberty lovers around the world, I salute you and thank you for your support. This shirt is a celebration of the fight and the victory we've seen in 2016 against tyranny, but looking forward for justice against George Soros, Hillary Clinton, and their entire criminal network. And don't forget our new motto, no more pizza parties.